Yo, what's up, stream? We are on YouTube today, so um, see how it goes. I turned my mic way down, maybe a little too much. Yo, what's up, dude? Drinking number one. Thanks. I'm streaming on YouTube today, so we got to keep the music. Do something safe for the YouTube algo. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's find some kind of music that will not get us copyright struck. I'm not quite sure what to play today. Maybe one of these video game playlists works. What can we listen to? Actually, I don't trust any of these playlists. See if we can get away with this dude's music. All right, today we're gonna design socks. We're gonna finish a sock design. We're gonna change one of the shirt designs for Nuldrums, and then oh, I need to make a LinkedIn post. And we're gonna do a lot of web dev stuff. We're gonna make the website really cool today, cooler than it is already. Right back.
Down like an apple. Match with the acres with the horses in the cattle. Narco got dope like Pablo. Cut dope like Pablo. Cut dope, chop trees with the Draco. On the knock at the Diego. Say hasta luego. We'll be in rapping below. Stub nose with potato. Tell y'all, no monkey in the jungle, blind hot like a sauna. Watching nothing, no one trying to move an anaconda. In the border, trying to sleep across the border. Glass seat guards, I got me big bad for run out. Nigga, begging money, know I gotta have it. Savage, I'm still a tenant in the cabbage. Addict, nigga turn them in about the cabbage. Kill his whole family, people, I'm pretty famous. Just to the back, you know, with a Bogota. Fuck his ass out, and I'm telling what he saw. Move out, y'all, I don't know if he'll talk. I jump chain spawn, I'ma saw legs off. The wheel game, but they said it will ring. Investigating, taking pictures of the whole thing. Look up, trying to do his thing. My brain going to the military. Fuck with me, fuck around and be the thief. Fuck around and be the thief.
All right. I want to back this dude's mix up. I just missed that first song. That first song was good. It's the Leap necklace.
Cold gang with the cocaine. The more money make more rain. Pouring up a paint while I'm back in propane. Point blank range, give a nigga nose ring. To my Lou with the tank and the cat. Jiffy, Lou with the bitch, where he at? Ooze, the paddock all wet. Birds in the truck, they ain't living at the nest. Pie face set like milk. Yep, and then with the black got slim. Dancing the kitchen, try to cut his finger off. Nigga being greedy, we gon' cut his tummy up. Put the bricks on the road, take a couple routes. Flush mama house, her music in the couch. I ain't really with the razzle dazzle. Knock him off and then I throw him out the boat paddle. Go to Tier 1, I put the kilo on the saddle. Sack him, hit a lick and copper pterodactyl. Pap him, chop it bite down like an apple.
Oh, let me put the music video on. This is a recording of an actual set from a show that I missed that happened in LA that I really wanted to go to. I freaking forgot about it. I've been listening to this guy for a long time.
Like a sauna, busting off and I'm trying to move an anaconda. In the water, trying to sleep across the water. Get sea guards, I got me bad for a run out. Bag of money, know I gotta have it. Savage, I'm still a killer in the candy. Addict, nigga turn them in about the cabbage. Kill his soul, I'm living while I'm pretty famous. Just put a pack in the way to Bogota. Fuck his ass out, and I'm telling what he saw. Move out, y'all, I don't know if he'll talk. Jelly chain spawn, I'ma saw legs off. The wheel game, but they said it will ring. Investigating, taking pictures of the whole scene. Look up, trying to do his thing. To the lip, my brain going to the military. Out the jungle. Fuck around and be deceived.
All right. Everything's set up. I turned my mic down a little bit and I'm trying to keep it away from my face more. I listened to some of my recent VODs and the mic is like clipping like crazy. It just sounds like I'm yelling. And it's probably because I had some weird stuff happen with the Focusrite and all the knobs got bumped. Hopefully we don't clip today. But we need Webdev Claude and we need Game Engine Claude today. This Claude was doing launcher stuff. The launcher's done. I just had to update it in order to make a video. Whoops. Forgot. I have to do a LinkedIn post today. We're working on the website all day. We're going to build out like the world a little more, and we're going to replace all the static backgrounds with video loops now because I generated all of them in Kling. A couple of them are being problematic, but we got most of them done, and now I need to stitch them together in Premiere and export them and get them hooked up on the website. So we're gonna do that, and then we're probably gonna start thinking about what other kind of like Easter eggs and stuff I can pack into the website. I'm gonna add a new POI, the Nuldrums in the clouds here, which is where the new game is going to take place. So I want people to know about it lore-wise. And what else should we do? Yeah, we're mainly going to fix all the video loops on the website. Bring to life a little more. And finish designing socks. And the game engine, the only reason I don't want to focus on the game engine very much right now, but the only reason why I'm doing anything on it is just to burn through some of my tokens. So last night I did a bunch of performance profiling on it. And it's probably causing the stream to die right now. Yeah. It's running at like 400 frames a second, like even when the gameplay is going. Had to do some performance changes to the camera system last night, the trees on the screen. I'm surprised that the stream's not lagging. The game definitely isn't doing it as well, so that's pretty good. So it's at 350 frames per second during gameplay with skeletal meshes and AI pathing and camera checking against the terrain. It was down to like 250 frames a second last night because of just some like stupid stuff. So I think what we'll do today, just to burn through Claude credits for the engine side, is we'll just ask it to start hucking in, we'll ask it to start hucking in, oh, this is the quest log? What? We'll ask it to start hucking in multiplayer stuff. So let's send it on a really long Claude journey of implementing multiplayer so it can cook for a little while. Actually, let's get it to fix the day-night cycle. That's what we'll task him with. So here. Oh, day-night cycle just wasn't toggled on. It might work still. Let's see. I'm really surprised the stream isn't lagging, even though the frame rate is uncapped right now. That's interesting. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. The color's gonna change. Whoa, sunset's working. So it is working, it just wasn't checked. Okay, nighttime's not very dark. Nighttime's the same, it's just the sky is different and the fog color is different. And there's no moon. Clouds are the same color. Alright, let's see if we get a sunrise. Sunrise? There it goes. There's a seam in the sky too. Maybe we can fix that today. Alright, so day-night works. But, we are streaming on YouTube today, so I'm gonna try to weave in and out of copyright strike stuff, but I don't want to get stuck listening to Suno all day. All right, so this is the Nuldrums. We're gonna get one moon to show up, but we need more than one moon. We need like 2 moons or 3 moons and a planet or some crap in the sky, like at all times. You know, crazy, weird, trippy sky stuff. I'm gonna post this video of this color palette tool I made. I told people on LinkedIn I was gonna post one of these website tools every Friday. I'm a man of my word.
Don't stop. Hop, don't stop, 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 don't stop. Come and get it, hop, 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 don't stop.
Keep going till 6 in the morning. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going till 6 in the morning. Keep going, keep going, keep going till 6 in the morning. Keep going, keep going, keep going till 6 in the morning.
No estoy en la moda, soy la moda. Y cuando digo el la conmigo. Ella ella goza, cuando fuma gelato, mami, sé que te vuelve bien loca, yo voy a romperte esa, no estoy en la moda, soy la moda, y cuando digo el bota, 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 el agosto de cuando está conmigo, ella goza, 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 cuando fuma gelato, mami, sé que te vuelve bien loca, 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 vamos a quedar, baby, que yo voy a romperte esa tota, 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 vale.
Baby. Baby. It's the man. Baby. It's the man. Baby.
Hey, yo, shout out Nuldrums on this one.
It's the man.
Every man for himself.
So, how you guys doing? How's stream doing? It says we got 11 viewers right now. Looking at the right chat? I was not looking at the multi-stream chat. It's the Twitch chat. All right, made my Friday post on LinkedIn that I spaced out on. I was supposed to do that before the stream. Viewers on X, 2 on Kick. Okay, finish up the posting. What else did we need to do that's urgent? Sleep? What's out, Spoder65? You need to sleep? I don't need to sleep. It's only 3 in the afternoon for me. You in Europe? Oh, nuldrums I've got the first Nuldrums shirt today off the press. Only took 5 days to show up. pretty good. Happy with it. One of my friends is picky was like, yeah, but what's the thickness? What's the cotton ounce per square yard? And he's right. There is nicer out there. There's a nicer bit of we need a texture for the moon. 512 by 512 RGBA. You guys want to see if we can get a moon texture out of Midjourney? Game texture. Blank backgrounds. Is billion weird designs, crazy colors. Use some cool looking moons, but I can Photoshop fix a lot of this. This one's crazy looking. Blank white background to make transparent later as a video game. Texture. Yes. Look at this moon we got for the game. That's pretty usable. That's freaking awesome looking. Let's just do a little style creator though, just for fun, and see if we can get something better. That one already looks pretty amazing though, but we might be able to push the colors a little bit harder. So in the style creator, you always, first image, we want to set the color palette basically more than anything. Like this. This might be really dope. So let's go with that. And that will influence the rest of our choices, color palette. Now we need, that was a little photoreal, so we want to go a little more stylized next, while also picking a color palette that we like. This one's pretty cool. Okay, now we're only going to focus on style for these next few. Let's see if we can get the blank white background back. Boom, what's up? Yo, this dude's set, I missed it, and I'm so sad. I was like, I want to go see that guy's show. This was in LA. But they posted the whole thing on YouTube, which is awesome. There's all kinds of lasers, girls spitting fire. This dude's awesome. Yeah, his name's R Sun, and I actually used to trade. I used to do repost trading with him back in the day. It's crazy. His music was like, I remember when I was repost trading with people, a lot of people's music was terrible, but this guy's music was like I was like, this seems promising. Like, I kind of like his I actually genuinely like the songs he's sending me. There's a bunch of other people that I'd repost trade with. I was like, this is terrible. And then now, like, his music's like way better. It's like super good. It's some of my favorite bass music out right now. He like really improved. Makes some epic tunes. We're making a moon texture because I realized there's no moon in the sky at nighttime in the game. I told Midjourney make it weird and alien, and we got some cool results. Wow. The initial results were pretty cool, but I was like, let's see what we get if we do a little bit of style creator. Style creation time. Alright, that should be pretty good. I think I already see some like absolute gems in here. Okay, so this one I think was pretty good. That one's pretty good. Those are unusable. I like what it's doing, but it's not usable for a game texture. This would be really freaking cool to animate. Okay, we're getting back to having a blank white background. This is crazy looking. Dude, what? It looks like an organism. It's just made out of like drippy paint and stuff. And it's like a robot at the same... Oh, dude. That's not necessarily a moon, but that's something cool. Whoa. No. This one could have been so good. It's cut off. Maybe Nano Banana can fix it. Oh, that one's got its skull. I don't know how well these are gonna read when we put them in game, but we'll try a few of them.
That's what I said, people. That's how me left people. Corner. Don't test my corner. Don't test my corner. Bullets, guns, armor. One bag of fuckery and drama. Karma.
Gun fingers.
Corner. Don't test my corner. Don't test my corner. Bullets, guns, armor. One bag of fuckery and drama. Karma. Corner.
I can't get it.
Don't test my corner. Don't test my corner. Bullets, guns, armor. One bag of fuckery and drama. Karma. Corner. Don't test my corner. Don't test my corner. Bullets, guns, armor.
I kind of want to try this as the moon and see just how it reads. It's probably too thin, too detailed. But I still am just curious, like, what does a crazy moon like that look like, or this? And it's probably too dark as well. I think the likely winner for the moon is going to be probably like this guy or this guy. We'll try one of these crazy ones. See how it reads when we're looking up at the sky. Oh, other cool thing that's going on. Got the first Nuldrums t-shirt ordered from the website. It showed up at my house. Yeah, my brother ordered 2 t-shirts. I'm gonna finish designing the socks today. Yeah. And we're gonna replace I'm mainly doing the web stuff today. I'm gonna replace all the static images on the website with video loops in the background. Let's grab this crazy looking moon. I think this one's pretty freaking amazing. If I cut it out in Photoshop and then Nano Banana like completed the top piece and stuff. But we're gonna just see with the other one. This one's insane too. This one's very freaking cool. All the flowers. But we're gonna see if the arched thin moon even registers like in game, or if it's too detailed and too small to understand what you're looking at. And for the other one, we're either gonna grab this. Did more frame rate work last night. There's a bunch of gameplay stuff that was eating the performance for no reason. Let's cap the frames though at like 160 for the stream today. It doesn't seem to be causing anything to lag even when it's running at like 400, but just in case. This is a crazy mashup. This one could be a sick moon too if I cut this out.
show you things in private. No, I hate to cause a scene.
512.
Orange black just to match the color of my skin. Last year, then was crazy. This year, tough up with the king. Yeah, no, people miss me. They like where the fuck you been. Yeah, counted all my losses, manifested all my wins. Yeah.
Alright guys, we're trying to make a moon texture that's going to be rough. I have to switch over to my tablet. There it is. So tablet stuff. I'm gonna edit all three of these potential moons at once while we're in tablet mode. USB's unplugged.
My name is...
Black out your power grid.
House, big pokey, Empire Wild, baby. It's the people's champ. I'm something like a bowler. The candy paint dripping out for the old school Impala. I'm with that big bank Hank, that Poppy Joe and box. Trunk bump like chicken pox. Turn the bass up just a notch. You see them blades chopping, you see that trunk popping. Hoes that diss me in the club, the same hoes in the parking lot bopping. They see me in the Jag, acting bad with T Ferris. Open mouth and showcase icing, you gon' see about 20 carats. I'm with the QU15900 in the Tahoe 124s. I'm the truth, I got that glow. I'm out there Swisher House with Archie Lee and Kuda Bang. Sitting sideways on Swain, the candy paint dripping off the frame. You see me acting bad, I'm showing out and doing stunts. Say cheese and show my fronts. It's more carrots than buzz when it's lunch. It's Power Wild, baby. I got it made, I got a cup full of that oil and I'm paid. Plus I'm sitting sideways.
She make the spot blow up. Big chain when she roll up. Oh, she got a fatty little frame, and she love it when we go up. Bad bitch from the blow up. She been up and snorting that cocaine, but she ready for the close up. Something you can get a dose of. Bend it back and bust that shit down. She can ride a roller coaster. Rev the engine, rev the motor.
What if YouTube will flag that?
Bend it back and bust it. Bend it back and bust it. Bend it back and bust it. What? Bend it back and bust it. She make the spot blow up. Big chain when she roll up. Oh, she got a fatty little frame, and she love it when we go up. Bad bitch from the floor up. She been up and snorting that cocaine, but she ready for the close up. Something you can get a dose of. Bend it back and bust that shit down. She can ride a roller coaster. Rev the engine, rev the motor. In the top and get the happy, but she never know ya. Blow up, watch the spot, watch the spot. Blow up, watch the spot, watch the spot. Blow up, watch the spot, watch the spot. Blow up, blow up. Bend it back and bust it.
Hey, yo, this is my last song. Thank y'all so much.
No, was that the end? No, that was the end. Oh, they got another set here. Easy Baked and Friends, Fly, Uga, Mindset, and Easy Baked all playing. I bet this is a really good set too. Fly and Uga are crazy.
You are the motherfucking shit.
trying to clean up 3 different versions of the moon. I don't know which ones are going to translate the best in the actual game engine, so I'm just trying 3 different ones, and we'll see. All right, let's import these moons into the game engine now. Let me try to switch back over to regular screen mode. Alright guys, we just photoshopped some Mid-Journey moons. Mid-Journey gave us some crazy cool stuff, as usual. Even like this one's cool too. I could use all of these. But we're gonna see, we're gonna find out in a minute here with this one how much the detail translates or if it all gets lost. Once it's actually in the game. So if this mix is really vocal heavy, I might switch it. I can't talk or think over vocals.
Acting like he the one in charge and shit. But you all trying to start a war with our partners. I built this shit. Me. But I'm quicker.
Yeah, they seem to be doing a lot of vocals in this mix. It's hard for me to think. A little bit of browser tab mixing there.
Yes, people. Joe Nice here, and you are now listening to the all-original mix by my main man, Creaso. Let's go.
We're just gonna let this one ride.
Oh. There we go. All right, let's export all these moons. Drop the crazy one in first, so Claude gave me a place to put the texture. Let's go find it.
What's good? This is Eric from Turning Sound. You're currently listening to Creaso's 2024 unreleased mix. Coming up next, Creaso remix of Turning Sound, Gunfinger Music.
Gunfinger Music.
It's possible that out of all three of those moons that I did, I might still use a different one. We might use this one maybe, where it's like cradling like an actual moon. Not sure.
Gunfinger Music.
see if this loop works. Yes, it's seamless. The one right now on the website has a little jitter.
This is Breathworks, and you've tuned into Creaso's 2024 Showcase Mix. Keep it locked.
Madman, the wicked. Come on. It's not really fucking heavy, you know. Come on. It's not really fucking heavy, you know.
I need audio.
Come on. It's not really fucking heavy, you know.
I'm gonna do all these background loops in the same Premiere project. It's gonna be a bunch of clutter if I do it across a bunch of them.
Straight from the underground.
Yeah.
Straight from the underground.
The speed difference is noticeable, and like the speed of the fluids here in the beaker, like it goes crazy and then it slows back down, but it still looks really cool.
Yo, what's up? This is Combine, and you're locked into the Creaso cast with your host, Creaso. Shouts out.
Like this is still gonna be way cooler than a static image on this page.
man clap stars. Man wanna talk like gangsters. Stop that, you are not gangster. Trust if I draw for the black star. Most deaf for the man clap stars. Star get burst. Burst plus stage when a gal get work. Work get shit, I ain't round them nerds. Nerds get hit when I'm round, get murked. Murked and S-U-C-K-U-R-M-U-M, it's all mad up. Stand up, touch the fam, you get better. Head top, slap the ground and shut. Yo, man wanna talk about weight. Hold up, wait, peas on break. You're with gal and you don't know age. I'm with gal and I don't know name. Still get, and I still get. So much gal in the world don't chase. Still with the gang that I put on a chain. Get man small like hook and a chain. Man wanna talk like goons. Man wanna talk by the things they'll do. Do what, do it. I was like move. Man don't care what's in your car boot. Car wash up, but my hands loose. Man wanna talk by the gang will do. Do what, do it. That's all mute. Still get the gal and away with. 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 And away with.
Cool.
Yo, this is Crezo, not Crisco, not Crizo. This is my man Crezo. This is abstract
Not
science here. Big
not
up to the
Crisco.
beautiful soul Crezo. Sick producer, sick human. Big up my G.
Well, I think you're gonna like this.
See, we gotta do Tech Towers, we gotta do the Magic Mountains, we gotta do the city, and we gotta do the clubhouse. Everything else is looping correctly. There's a couple POIs that I just could not get a good video out of Kling. Let's make sure these match, because I was... So this first one I'm actually going to speed up. Because the way the trees are shaking looks like low res. The fact that it jumps means I don't have the right videos here. Did it add the moon? Edge fading, silver halo, all scaled by night factor. Engine running, should see the moon at night. All right, let's check out the moon.
Check it out.
It's too dark at night. I can't see the moon.
Check it out.
right, there's some bugs with that nighttime cycle there.
Looks like we got us a couple
Okay,
of
so
real
the
children
technology
here.
towers loop is the wrong. I have the wrong video. Figure out where I went wrong. Let me check if it was this one. I think I just downloaded the wrong video for the second half.
Get real.
No, it did a jump. Yeah, it did a jump there.
Yeah, right, motherfucker.
So I need to regen the... Did it? Yeah, something looks... The lighting's not wrong, but like... The whole frame just like jumps down. I don't know why. Be weird. Let's regenerate. Let's refresh this page just to be sure.
Yeah, right, motherfucker.
Yo, it's your boy Distinct Motive, and you are locked into Creaso, farting into some dubstep microphone.
You have interfered with our affairs for the last time. You have interfered with our affairs for the last time.
All right, some went wrong with the technology towers video for the loop for the second half, so we're gonna regenerate that. We're gonna make a new sequence and export the Magic Mountains loop, and then we're gonna dump all of them in the website folder and let Claude hook them all up so that everything comes to life. Boom, are you still in jail, by the way? I tuned in yesterday. I saw your title. You're in prison. Prisoned by your own ambition. You're still in ambition jail? Ambition jail. There's no escape. What is that emote? That's awesome. Yeah, I was trying to find like a jail-related emote to drop yesterday. That's perfect. I couldn't find anything. That's a good one. Nice. Ambition jail. All right, this loops perfectly. So let's export this one, and then let's export, I think, the hexalith metropa. Kind of funny though, these trees just stop. They just stop in the back there. So I don't know if it's better to like stitch these two together or like we could re-roll it or reverse the one clip. I just don't like reversing because like it's a little less organic compared to getting the AI to do a reversal because there's going to be some more RNG there. Yeah, like these trees are wiggling and then they just stop. Well, I accidentally I canceled my plan, but I accidentally got charged another $100 for video credits for another month. They tricked me. Like it said, oh, you're going to renew to the standard plan. And it meant, oh, you're renewing to the standard plan for like the 24-hour window that I had it last month before upgrading to Premiere, the Premiere plan. And then within 24 hours, with that same time gap last month, it then did an automatic charge for the Premiere plan separately from the standard plan. So now I've got another 9,000 video credits for a month, which I'm not that upset about because I was probably going to end up paying $40 or $50 in credits to finish everything I want to finish anyways. So it's really like I just paid $50 more. But I fully cancel this now so they don't get me again. But it means I can sit here and not worry about trying to regenerate these video backgrounds till they're like perfect or something, you know? So it's not terrible, but you know, I am unemployed, so it's not fun getting hit with a surprise $50. Maybe my trading bot will save me. It's not even trading with real money yet, though. Okay, what's the Magic Mountains clip that we ended up going with? These were all trash. I need to find the one that we rolled. Oh my gosh. Boom, did you see any of the robot women stuff that I made for the sirens? That short's gonna be pretty good. It was pretty fun. Some? Oh, cool. Yeah, it was just interesting to see what kind of dancing this thing could or could not do. I tried to get it to ask. I tried to ask it to get her to do like belly dancing stuff, you know, and like tutting. You're like, I don't know. I couldn't do that at all. It was making her do like salsa dancing instead. You want to make a new face for your robot advanced VTuber? You want to make a whole new face? Oh my gosh. You're crazy. You're crazy. What are you thinking? Like, what direction? Okay, so this is the good clip. So now... You have no idea? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we got... This lady was really cool looking. I could not get that many good, like, stylized versions. It had no problem making photoreal versions of a robot cyborg woman. Robot plus anime plus Overwatch looking? You have no idea? Oh, interesting. You could ideate with the AI and like feeding it images of Overwatch and stuff. Yeah, this lady was cool. And this was her dances that it was able to do. It just did these really slow ones.
Yo, it's Contra, and you are locked into Creaso's 2024 unreleased mix.
This one I try to get it to have her be like this, you know? Because there's sirens. They're like Greek mythology sirens, but then it's spelled with a CY because they're like robots. The robot versions, you know, the Greek mythos. But it didn't want to do the beckoning thing. This one was very uncanny. This was good. It was creepy. To say it was cool. And then I did the alien flower thing. This one's insane. So that's their true form. That's their true form. They lure people in, and then they don't kill people though, because I thought that'd be too cliche, and that's played out. Instead, they like latch onto people's heads, and then they like they suck all the knowledge and all the memories and everything out of your brain, and so then people are like they're like a zombie like husk of themselves. They've lost everything, and they're just totally lost their minds. And they're just like a zombie and aimless. So they collectively have all this like random like knowledge and stuff over the thousands of years from all the people that they've that have fallen victim to them. Yeah, this one was really crazy. This was the best one. Like, because it's believable the way the robotics and stuff, like, transform her head. It's like, it made it really believable here. How it, like, folds out and covers the face, and then... And it's just super creepy how it, like, exposes the gums and the teeth like that. Yeah, so that one turned out amazing. These girls are cool. I just thought this would be a cool shot of showing them, like, waking up. This one, I don't know. This one's kind of cool, but I feel like it's not as mechanically believable as the other one. Like, it just looks like real organic, like, flower petals coming out of her face. But it's still cool. And then this lady turned out awesome too. The same one that I was making do all the dances. That's her true form. You get too close to her.
So the true treasure of life and the treasure of existing from creation till now. You know, you have to have a discipline to even be able to inherit the knowledge of the universe, because the knowledge where man inherit without the teaching of another person, divine knowledge is restored in every man's DNA, because the information of creation
Yeah.
is written in our DNA.
Boom, I want to be able to pay you a bunch of money one day to make this and make the whole transformation happen and stuff too. I hope for the MMO. The Nuldrums MMO is coming out 2040. And all these creatures are going to be in it. You ain't making that? Okay. Yeah, one day we'll make the Nuldrums MMO, and then we can encounter them for real. Then I tried to get it to attack us with this one, but it was terrible. Your nightmareless sleep. Okay, this was funny. So then I tried to get this lady to twerk. I was like, can AI do twerking? The answer is no. Not if you just ask it to twerk. This is what it did instead. It's very uncharacteristic for how serious her face is. She looks like a disco woman here. So I didn't like these faster dances it did. Then this was my attempt at trying to ask it to do belly dancing and like tutting, and instead it gave her like salsa maneuvers. She did like the salsa. There's another trying to get them to attack. So then I was a little more explicit for the describing how to twerk. I got this. It's pretty good, but like it does not match her serious demeanor at all. It is a way to. I was like, I was like, damn, this is good. It's kind of hot, but it's a little too silly for her. So this isn't gonna make the cut for the video. But hey, we tried. We tried to get twerking to happen with AI. That's the best we could get. Anyways, that's why I was showing you some of these, because like there's a bunch of stuff that I did that didn't make the cut. You know, that's cool. That's here. The witches turned out cool. Blighted crones. This one was impossible, man. I wanted her to just raise the staff, just slam it into the ground, and then the whole ground turns black, and all the grass turns black. And it just refused to do it.
Is there security to being part of the system?
Some drone shots of the swamp that all the swamp witches live in. Map.
Recite your baseline. Ready?
Let's begin.
This is witches arguing with each other. This is witch and bitchin'. This is what we're witnessing here. Witch and bitchin'. Witches are bitching at each other. Yelling. They're angry. They have a brittle alliance, is what the lore says, with each other. This was cool. We did some Hansel and Gretel style stuff. Like I literally I could not get a good shot of like witches trying to talk to and like trick like some kids or something, you know? Unless I literally had to type in a Mid-Journey like I just straight up said like a witch tricking Hansel and Gretel is what I had to tell Mid-Journey to get this seed image here. And the kids aren't moving. I wish they were moving. I tried some more attempts, but I was like, it's not worth it. The way that she animates is awesome. And I love how like tall and like lanky she is. It makes her extra kind of unsettling and uncanny and spooky. She looks like she's like 8 feet tall. You know, like towering over these kids. I wasn't really planning on the witches being tall. They're supposed to be short, like 5 feet tall or something. But this one, she looks really cool and spooky. This one, I had to do a whole... To get this image, I had to do some crazy stuff in Photoshop for like 40 minutes. This is good concept art for the witches. Yeah. So that was some of the cool stuff. I thought you'd enjoy the robot girl related stuff since that's your aesthetic. It's part of your vibe. That's your existence. You are a robot. Or a robot woman avatar for half of your life. These guys turned out sick too. These were a sketch in my sketchbook. And I figured out how to use the Omni reference finally to get them to be consistent. And get like kind of the same looking character each time. Sitting comfortably in an RTX 5090. It's true. This is the Lonely King. It's the king of Hexalith. He's gonna have to be modeled and rigged one day too. I just noticed he has 6 fingers on one hand. Classic AI. Classic.
Listen carefully.
Six. Yo, do it. Is this AI? I love how that comment's become such a meme now and people just say it ironically on stuff. Is this AI? Dude, these guys turned out so like Tim Burton-y. It's great. Let's see if we got a better version of the tech towers here. Let's see if the moon got fixed. Need to speed it up. Look at that sun go. Go, sun, go. Okay, we got sunset, sunset, sunset. Oh, the moon's already coming up. Oh, no, the moon came up a little too fast. I'm going to tell it to wait. That looks very, the idea with this moon is it looks like Soul Eater. I don't know if you've seen that anime. That's why I was like, I want to try this one, because the one in Soul Eater is sick. Oh, no, it rotates. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, I wonder if it fixed the thunderstorm clouds now, too, with that change. The glow's a little too much. I think the Soul Eater looking moon works. Just not that particular color palette for this. The color palette the map is currently in, which is going to change. This is all going to be like Nuldrums colors, not green and stuff eventually. What was that? Cloud cover just snapped. Where's the moon? There it is. A screenshot.
I have intention to fucking kill.
All right, we got a moon. We got a textured moon now in the sky, and the nighttime looks correct in terms of lighting. So I think we're gonna send this Claude. We're gonna send Engine Claude off on his way for implementing multiplayer, just to burn tokens before the week is over. Oh, weird. Oh, they reset because the update. Whatever. We'll burn tokens anyways. I think I'm gonna change my Claude plan to $100 before they, instead of $200 before they get me. I think I can survive off the 100 plan pretty easily now that like the bulk of everything has been built out. Stuff's actually going pretty slow now because it's all like the stuff I'm doing at the moon and the stuff I'm doing with these video clips. Like it's all now I'm having to get the art together to actually make something. Oh right, we're gonna try re-rolling the mountains. Re-roll the mountains.
No man can one man in a me gang left. Gangs how we show them left. One man in a me gang left. Left. Gangs how we show. Now this one is dangerous and
Alright, see if we can get a better roll in the mountains, because it looks a little weird that the first half of the video loop, the trees in the background move, and then the second half, they're not moving at all, so. Alright, I asked it to... I asked it to delay how long before the moon rises and also reduce the halo effect on the moon because it's like huge. It's gonna be crazy when there's gameplay. That's what we gotta binge next week while I still have the $200 Claude plan is putting all the gameplay together. There it is. It's missing a glow like behind it. But it looks pretty cool. Like, some of the details getting lost. You can't really tell it's a skull. But it is giving me the vibes of, like, the moon from Soul Eater. Which is what we want. Yo, Ocean Way, what's up, dude? Dude, we got our first t-shirt today. In the mail last night. The website actually works. It's not just like a scam website that steals money now.
Get real.
Oh, missing the bot that plugs the YouTube channel and the website.
Get real.
Yeah, right, motherfucker.
How do we get the bot to auto post messages in YouTube and X as well?
Yeah, right, motherfucker. See, life. Right, sir. See.
Oh, super annoying. This one's a little better, but not really. These trees in the middle still refuse to move. So it's not any different than what I had. All right, see if this one's fixed. I think the lighting jumped. Yeah, the lighting jumped. Why? How did the lighting jump? It's just what it decided to do. I'll try re-rolling this once, but I think I need to tell it to lerp the color slowly. Because it just wanted to get back to the coloring of the original image, but it like decided to do it in one frame. So the lighting just, because here it darkens it over time, which Kling tends to do on a 10-second clip of like anything, especially environments. It just gets darker and darker, and like a bunch of shadows roll in. And then here it's like, okay, well I need to interpolate and lerp back to the original image. First thing I'm gonna do is brighten it up to be the same color. Unfortunately. So we'll try re-rolling those. I've got so many video credits. It's unbelievable. I'm gonna start taking the loops that are done, and I'm gonna get the website Claude to put them together. Oh, let's make the clubhouse in the city. Trying to skip the vocals. Exolith. And Exolith and what was the other one? Clubhouse. We're gonna put the Clubhouse loop together. Clubhouse first half. Clubhouse second half. Exolith first half. Exolith second half. Wheel it. Got us with the wheel back. Those damn DJs and their wheel backs.
Footprint, could I do whips, got a hybrid engine, it runs on unleaded electric, when I put my foot down, left everything pending, them lot switched, but we didn't change lanes though, even though we did it with assisted steering, all man saw with twin exhaust, boot off in the distance, disappearing, some of those text that man to the cleaners, that gal getting upset with the partner, sitting on the runway, waiting for the pilot, doing every necessary check for departure, with test set, cruise straight to the scrap heap, none of them are getting upset with the label, none of us are never had any investments, but we're still sitting at the top of the table, them check, how we get it and they sold them again, they ain't gonna get any results this campaign, or we're gonna send real pains on my sham friends, all of my real friends gonna send champagne. None of them are swimming in the ocean, none of them are swimming in the seas here. None of them can ever try clean when water and none can get rid of grease. Just cut it, cause they can't fuck with the structure upset, cause you gotta be going further. Thought it was bad till they had troubleshooting. A couple man come and shut down his own server, a couple man come and rewire his system, cause they didn't bother to have anything backed up. A whole lot of them went down with the network, but they weren't compatible with the match. Said I'm on them, man already been headed up to the them. But I'm all looking like all of the red, got it over the other time, like I'll be feeling to the residents. Said I'm on again, man already been headed up to the other them. But I'm all looking like all of the red, got it over the other time, like I'll be feeling. You're right, none of them, so we never gotta get it from you, we never gotta be close to the river. You're like none of them, so we never gotta yeah, we just did take over them place by storm. And all of them just falling apart. They said they're ready, they ain't ready at all. Being never even in the same ballpark. Being never even moving in the same orbit. I would never dream, but they could that's backwash. We never listen to them and then applaud it. I never tried to take man from a mascot. I never tried to take man from a moment. Anything we doing is truly electric. Me and them there got to never measure up. Man, I getting slow like everything metric. And I just saw the numbers on my SIM card. Traveling about with a phone full of photos. Them not agreed to eat it alone. Then he can't make one, no sort of all. You're gonna speak to the sound of suffering. I'm getting suffocated. I strangle the sound boy, body getting all chopped up. I guess you could say that they're getting recycled. Up of them songs, are getting a rework. And all of them projects need a remaster. Original thing without in a remixing. Where me I work, I say I'm not a grafter. All of them try to say I'm not a genius. I listen to the songs, I say that I'm a fan. Smoking something with a whole new feel. I'm crossing these male and female fans. On a rampage, no for them getting trampled. Kiss to the book when your man got the time. All over the north, got it all boxed up. Got for the mask in deep and calm. So on then, I'm ready to get it up again. So I'm all looking like all of the men. Got it up again, it's time like I'm with you. To the residents, and I'm on again. Man, I'm ready to get it up again. So I'm all looking like all of the men. Got it up again, it's time like it's like front on the front line like strikers. You know that we try to West End figures. Blacked out on the road like emos. I was like front on the front line like strikers. YGG with the wickedest rhymers. You know that we try to West End figures. All blacked out on the road like bankers. Blacked out on the road like emos. Leave my stress loose hair like chemo. Try test the YGG trio. Must be on more be like Valentino. Striking MC sound like lightning. Can't touch wood, I'm starting a fire. 90s baby, Tech 9 rhymer. I light on fire. I'm the guy they admire. Can't get a rule, you better retire. Can't take me for Michael Jammer. I'm from West balance like my Myers.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
Man, I Tumblr points that show what's them tears to the tumble dryer. Man, I get some, but I turn that on. Charlie's not well. I'm a warlord. I'm ill, like him John. Like front on the front line like strikers. YGG with the wickedest rhymers. Looking at the witch for the West End filters. All blacked out and I roll like bankers. All blacked out on the road like emos. Leave my stress, lose hair like chemo. Try test the YGG trio. Must be on Bobby like Valentino. In 24 seconds out, man, I gotta murk this tune. Might just run up with 24 goons. 24 ninjas, black town shoes. Get ready for a fight, yeah, but I don't lose. Please don't push up your face or screw. Or might just pull out that fork and screw. Push that into your waist for move. That's ever so quick and ever so smooth. 24 times, I have to tell man 24 times. Like say that he never knew. I'm not a jester, I'm not a fool. PK's on the next thing when he ain't cool. Come round here cause you will get moved. Get clocked to the books when it's 24 stops so they must stop. That's all peak on the 10 o'clock news. I was like front on the front line like strikers. YGG with the wickedest rhymers. Looking at the witch for the West End filters. All blacked out and I roll like bankers. Blacked out on the road like emos. Leave my stress, lose hair like chemo. Try test the YGG trio. Must be on Bobby like Valentino. Front on the front line like
I give up. It doesn't want to move these trees in the middle of the screen.
Blacked out on the road like emos. Must be on Bobby like Valentino. I'm so out of this world. I can find space in a main jar, put up on beats and it's all for the paper. From back in the day with Sega, my stars been clear. Space invader, man, we're up for. Flies to Jamaica, these times Jimmy got told for a shape up. Drop me out, do me a favor. 2015, everybody's a gunman. Thought he was a reaver, over, he was a skater. Old bro says that he
That looks better. This looks way better. I'll try it. I think I'm gonna walk next door and go get more of these Japanese potato chips. Salt and seaweed. Get all the videos on the website though before I eat.
Quasi-government agency known as the Men in Black supposedly carries out secret operations here on Earth in order to keep us safe from aliens throughout the galaxies. Here is one of their stories that never happened from one of their files that doesn't exist.
The color changes a little bit, but it's not bad. It's not as bad as the... it's still doing it. I give up. I give up. I think the Magic Mountains we can just do a reverse. No, because of the birds.
From aliens throughout the galaxy.
Whatever. feel like the captured frame has to be wrong. Let's just hook them up. I'm tired of this.
It's time to play.
He did it again. What a madman.
It's time to play.
Okay. Grab every loop.
Yes, man. Yo, what we telling them? What could have my ones? Yeah, could have my ones. What could have my ones? Them lot there could never try ones. Yeah, could have my ones. What could have my ones? Yeah, could have my ones. Bygones can't be bygones. Yeah, could have my ones. Them lot there could never try ones. 100% whatever I'm on. Bygones can't be bygones. I said head down, locked in fly mode on. My guy go right your wrongs. I said no one cares about your ransom feelings. Bite my tongue. Yeah, could have my jack. First time stood up, bringing it back. Not free rides, no one stood on my back. Stealth, I'll be covering tracks, yeah. What? Could have my own protected. They can't run in my zone. Think any bad vibes can come in my own. Content with the next milestone. Hey, yo, listen up, my mate. I said no one believes your tirades. That's a big signal of your mind state. I said this right here, the refined taste. I don't wanna see you above your station. I don't know where your mind's strayed. It's criminal what your side says. Contributing to the crime rate. Yeah, could have my ones. What? Could have my ones. Yeah, could have my ones. Them not there could never try ones. What? Could have my ones. Yeah, could have my ones. What? Could have my ones. Bygones can't be bygones. Bygones can't be bygones. I said head down, locked in fly mode on. My guy go right your wrongs. I said no one cares about your rants or feelings. I had to bite my tongue. Check it out. Yo, could have my nanny. Beats bars everything cool in
steady. Start right from when I scoop my brekkie. Can't move on steady. Fueled up gasoline or petty. Fresh, haven't been there, leggy. From time we've been breaking scales, cause subline's been way too heavy. Yo, good on my J's. I can't hide, not look on my face. Been round there, I was up on my space. Could write a book on my takes. Still here, still trying to do learning. I can't be stuck in my ways. I got a big bag of dubs in the backpack. Look at my double my crate. Yo, good on my ones. Them lot there could never try once. 100% whatever I'm on. Bygones can't be bygones. I said head down, locked in flight mode on. My guy go right your guns. I said no one cares about your rants or feelings. I had to bite my tongue. Yeah, good on my ones. What? Good on my ones. Yeah, good on my ones. Them lot there could never try once. What? Good on my ones. Yeah, good on my ones. What? Good on my ones. Bygones can't be bygones.
Take a quick
Money cat. Big money cat. Oh, it's so dumb when he just explodes and shoots a bunch of money out at the end, but I kind of like it. We're re-rolling the second half. If only you had the energy to make dumb shorts to your cat avatar. You do have the energy. You have plenty of energy, man. It just sucks because it's like editing shorts is way more boring than streaming, you know? So I feel you. That's why I made that clipper tool and stuff, and I still haven't even used it. Somewhere else, the most, yeah. Hey, as long as you feel like your setup is working for you, and you know you're almost at 10,000 followers on Twitch. It's pretty crazy. Then you might not need to do any YouTube stuff. I feel like I have to do some YouTube stuff. I have to get YouTube going. You know, I don't think I have a choice. Because it does create a feedback loop, right? More people find the stream when you've got persistent content out there on YouTube, rather than just the ephemeral content of being live and streaming. I think your YouTube has a pretty decent amount of subs, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Yeah, you have to YouTube. Yeah, that's why. I don't know if you saw. Like, I'm on a streaming schedule now, which I tried before in the past, but I had a job at that time, and now that I don't have a job, I'm trying to stick to a real schedule because people keep asking me when I'm streaming, and and I need, well, and the gym is a nightmare if I stay up till 7 a.m. and go at 5 p.m. It's so bad. So I'm like, okay, I can't stay up 7 a.m. anymore. But also, I this time around, I blocked off days for doing the yeah, I know. I need to make a different version of it for Twitch, because the Twitch one's limited to 320 pixels across. So I'm gonna have to make a second version for the Twitch panels. This is the one I've been posting on my Instagram and Twitter now, this week and next week. But the point is, why I brought it up is Monday, Thursday, Saturday, I'm doing nothing but video editing for YouTube, like trying to slowly work on a long form video like every month, cutting shorts out of the stream, and then I'm doing write-up posts about like this week there's gonna be a long post about like, here's a build guide on how to make a game launcher, for a Twitter thread, a LinkedIn post, and posting it on Reddit Game Dev and Reddit Claude AI and stuff. So just all that crap, all the stuff of making the persistent content that lives on the internet in a searchable permanent place. That's basically all I'm doing, is that, and then trying to eat healthy and go to the gym Monday, Thursday. But yeah, Monday, Thursday, Saturday, that's all I'm doing right now. So I think, yeah, I don't know. That's how I'm tackling it. That was my advice. If I go offline for more than 2 days in a row, not streaming, I start to feel like depressed, honestly. Like, so that's also why it's so like broken up. And the streaming days are kind of woven in between, is because I'll go crazy if I can't stream for 2 days. I haven't been able to stick to any schedules. I've been too long not having a scheduled life. Interesting. You think by posting stuff you make opens opportunities to find a job? Maybe. Maybe. I think the game launcher and the game engine, the in-depth game engine and game launcher write-ups I'm gonna do, and how like I leveraged Claude to do it, those posts on LinkedIn specifically might lead to something. Maybe. I'm just doing it to like, I want to hit like 1,000 subs on YouTube so that I can monetize the channel. And apparently that's the biggest wall to climb. And once you have the first 1,000, then if you're just consistent, it'll grow consistently. But that first 1,000's like, I'm just shouting to the void and like fighting tooth and nail. Like even just getting one subscriber on YouTube is exciting right now, with only 75 so far. I'm just trying to, you know, build that base while I'm unemployed right now and have the time to do it. So I'm more just trying to see if I can start a snowball for the Nuldrums stuff specifically, you know what I mean? Like finding the audience, because there's like those Instagram pages that are doing world building and AI stuff like Glumlot that I showed you before, you know, and they've got like hundreds of thousands of followers right now, these channels that are just doing AI short videos, and they don't even have like, this guy is not really selling anything, I don't think. This guy, the Lost Archives guy, he sells ebooks and stuff of like the lore for the world that he's building. So it's like I'm more so trying to like find an audience rather than find a job with that stuff. That's the goal. I don't know where the archives. The archive in between, that's it. This guy's up to 800,000 followers on Instagram, and he just started posting AI art and lore in 2022. Now does his lore AI shorts. And if you go to his, like, that's Threads. If you go to his page, his website, he's just selling like ebooks and and a paperback, the compendiums in paperback. That's kind of cool. So he's just selling like lore heavy stuff and has his Discord server. But you know, like, I'm trying to find the audience for the Nuldrums and then funnel it all into merchandise and the video games. Honestly, I'm hoping the Nuldrums pages have like eclipse the follow count and stuff on all the trickery pages by like 10x. You know what I mean? I hope like more people are aware of that rather than, because like watching the creator create the stuff is not as exciting as being the consumer enjoying the entertainment. You know what I mean? So that's my thinking, is like, for me, like the stream and the trickery stuff and my little clips of me yapping about the game industry and whatever on the YouTube channel, like some people are going to find that and find it interesting, but it'd be like, I think it'd be like a small subset of the people of the audience that I eventually try to find for the actual like world. You know, like how many people are like following, well, she's kind of crazy, but like how many people are like following J.K. Rowling's like every social media movement or something versus just reading Harry Potter or watching the movies? Kind of, that's my thinking with why I'm posting stuff on these pages. The job stuff more so comes from networking connections. It's super annoying. It's just how it works. Like most game companies that I'd apply to at this point, it'd just be like, one of my friends works there. They gave me a referral link so that I get like an insider referral application, which all these companies do, and then people get paid if they referred somebody and they get hired and they found like a good candidate, you know, through their friend group. So like getting a referral from a friend is probably how I'd get my foot in the door for the next job. And then for the interview, they like don't even bother like watching your demo reels or anything most of the time. They still just like, they're like, okay, this person, how did this person show up on our doorstep? Oh, they know so-and-so. Oh, cool. And then they look at your resume before they interview you, and most of the time they haven't watched your demo reel even. Like the recruiter maybe watched it, but once you start interviewing with the engineers and stuff, they don't, or the designers, like they're so in their own world and busy with their full-time jobs and their families and whatever, you know, that they don't watch like the demo reels and all this stuff. They'll just show up to work and be like, oh, you have to interview someone today. It's like, what? And it's like, yeah, here's their resume. So then, I don't know. So that's mostly how it's going to work for me, for job stuff at least. For you, if you want to get a 3D job still, you just need to apply to a billion places right now for your first job. And then once you work on a team or a couple teams, then you just stay in touch with everybody, and then it gets easier and easier, you know? But I don't know how you start for trying to get a 3D modeling job in the industry right now, because a lot of people are just hiring outsourcing when they just need like a mountain of 3D stuff to be created. They hire outsourcing, and then in America right now, most of the 3D modelers that have been around in the industry, they've gotten moved into the position of going from being senior 3D modelers to being outsourced managers, where they do the quality control of everything that they give. Their job now is to like give outsourcing the guidelines, you know, for like poly count and style and whatever that they're going for, and then they get the stuff back from outsourcing, and then they do quality control and sometimes have to fix stuff up or go through rounds of feedback, unfortunately. So you'd be tech art? You don't want to animate or model? Tech art's difficult. It's a very broad umbrella right now. Have you looked at any tech art positions recently? It can mean wildly different things. It's very confusing when you try to go 80% tech art. Nice. Yeah, I don't know where that falls under exactly. It's like some VFX, it's like some rigging stuff. So I'll try to find it. Yeah, let's look here under art. Anyways, yeah, tech artists can be some really weird things right now. Like like our tech artist at work was like, he what the hell's going on with my frame rate? Yo, can you even hear me? Stream's dying.
Yeah.
Hey, we're back. Yeah, that was weird. I was just trying to resize this window and the stream just like choked. Oh, whoa, it just did it again. Something about this website. Maybe there's prompt injection here and it's hijacked my Claude. Okay. All right, let's check this one out. Even though this is in India. So like, I saw technical artists. I've seen the line get blurred with rendering engineering, like hyper fixated on fixing crazy frame rate stuff. But I don't think that's true for all roles. So Unreal 5 technical artist, senior technical artist, procedural art. This is in Carlsbad, which is I think south of around there. Yeah, okay, so this one's tough. What I was gonna say is it's all the game dev jobs on the West Coast, like Seattle and California. Yeah, and then a lot of Europe it looks like too. There's some Canada in here. Here's a remote one for Los Angeles County. Choice of remote, technical artist, environment tool. Yeah, okay, so this is what I was gonna say is kind of unusual that you might not expect. That's under the umbrella of technical artist. A lot of times technical artist now means you're setting up the pipeline tooling. Like they're writing stuff in Python or how things for like custom tooling for the project for how the artists, the animators, and the artists have to export stuff out of Maya, and then how it's supposed to get imported into Unreal or something, right? With all the animations and the skeleton, and then like for us, like people had to do a bunch of programming because of weird disconnected bones for like weapons that were being thrown around and swung around and stuff like that. So yeah, so that was the only thing I was going to tell you is like you can do this part, scripting skills in C++ for Unreal Engine or advanced Unreal Blueprint code used for development or automation. You can definitely do that part. This part is the part that is going to be expected, I think, more often than not. That might be a blind spot for you, which is the game. Well, you know, modeling, texturing, materials, level integration, you know all that stuff. artistic needs with technical constraints, collaborative problem solver, learn from other tech artists, engineers. Actually, I think you would do pretty good on this. Nice to have experience with Python or other scripting languages used for game development, familiarity with DCC tool APIs such as Maya, Blender, or Houdini, background in cozy simulation or multiplayer game development. Yeah, so like this is the thing. We'll go look at some other postings, but I think this is the only thing that you haven't done yet that they're often going to ask for is like you're writing some Python scripts just for to like customize the export import process between Maya, Blender, Houdini, and then going into Unreal. There's some like Python scripting there. But I don't think it's that hard. I think it's 1,000% something you could do. Python. Oh yeah, that's good enough. That's what everybody's probably doing right now. I bet all these technical artists in the industry are just like Claude coding their way through all the Python stuff because the AI is particularly good at Python. But you know, having some examples of that would be really good for your portfolio. Senior technical artist in Poland. Manage source control and development tools to ensure drive technical solutions to achieve. This is a Unity one, but UI designs, programming fundamentals in C#, blah, 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 blah. That one's not really a good one for us to look at. This one's at Riot. Okay, but this is a tools and pipeline technical artist. So this one specifically doesn't just say technical artist, it says you are engineering and building the pipeline and the artist tools. So this one's a little more specific in that direction. Desired qualifications: experience experimenting with or deploying AI-assisted content generation in production workflows, deep understanding of end-to-end art pipelines across multiple asset types or disciplines, experience influencing pipeline standards. This is senior. Significant professional experience as a technical artist, tools-focused technical artist, or similar role. Okay, so they differentiate between just technical artists or a tools-focused one. Strong hands-on experience with modern DCC tools and game engines. This DCC thing keeps popping up, so I don't know what that is. It sounds like it's like an API standard for how Python communicates with the art tools and the game engines. This is Rockstar. That's why it's in Carlsbad. So what does Rockstar want? A Profilio? And bootcamp learning Python and brushing up on trigonometry and quaternions? Yeah, maybe. That's all I need. Yeah, they keep bringing up this DCC thing. Design, develop, and support tools and pipelines in DCC and standalone context. Develop automated solutions for data processing. Stay informed on the latest technology research. Data pipelines. Technical artist, technical director, tools programmer. Similar experience developing tools for DCCs like Houdini, ZBrush, Agisoft, or Metashape. Those are weird ones. I hadn't heard of those. Strong understanding of photogrammetry. Well, this is Rockstar, so they're doing photoreal stuff. Proficiency in Python. Experience with build systems. That's a weird one. Understanding of the 3D asset pipeline and color management. Ability to think creatively. Desirable skills and not required, but they're pluses. A degree in computer science, related discipline, C++ programming, experience working with package management, deployment systems, Experience with ML-based photogrammetry workflows like Gaussian splats or NeRFs. All right, well, there you go. Does that help? It sounds like this is the only thing I was trying to bring up. You should probably lean into like doing this DCC tools and pipelines with Python programming for 3D pipelines. I started doing some research and like, what do they mean by that? What kind of Python scripting are they doing? And then maybe the example you already have of what you did with Python and Blender is a good one. I don't know. But you have everything else down pat for sure. All the Unreal side of things. Yeah, realistically, your path to employment is you need to look through these jobs and find a tech art position at like a startup, a small company, maybe even a local one, and you know, find a place that like is looking for people with high potential, but they don't have a lot of money to pay yet, and then just start job hopping, which you don't really have a choice in the game industry to do anything other than job hop because everything collapses and folds and people get laid off after 2 years anyways. Get a geometry node set up to bake attribute colors into different hairstyles to use in your RGB shader. Oh, nice. Did that require Python? Was that the Python thing to translate that from Blender into Unreal? Let's see if this money cat's any better. The money cat's better, but the plant grows for no reason, and then just like a random plant just shows up. But look at that cat spitting money out. He's spitting out money so good. Okay, I'll do one more roll on him. I think the one I have right now is good enough. Why is there black bars on the side of the website now? That's not in the original video, is it? It is. Did it do that for every loop? No. Why did it do that for the home screen loop? What? Am I dreaming? Okay, this is not the AI's fault. Do these have black bars? No. 2 video halves don't have black bars. Dude, what's going on? None of the other videos have this. Why is this one? Whatever. Let's check the other ones. We'll fix that detail in a moment. Alright, this looks pretty cool now. Let me ask, okay, we need to ask Claude to reverse the Magic Mountains video. And it needs to reverse the science video.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Boom. If your hair thing was done with Python and all that stuff, that is a really good example. Sounds like you're pretty good. You have to figure out how to make like a cool supercut like video reel that's like 2 minutes or something, 2 to 5 minutes. You know, post it on your YouTube. Put it on unlisted if you want, and then just include that in your resume and just start applying to a ton of places. If you're serious about trying to get your foot into the industry, foot in the door. I think you're plenty qualified. It's just the stupid thing that I've also struggled with, which is, you know, I spent, before my first job as a developer in the industry, my indie projects that I did and streamed and worked on here, you know, it was hard to find. It took a little while before I could find someone that would, like, a company that would take it seriously as like, oh, okay, well, if they did that, maybe they can do some stuff in a legit work environment with a team, you know? It just, I don't know why. It took some effort eventually to translate the solo projects into being given a chance to work on. And then once you work somewhere, if you can stay somewhere for 2 years, that's a really good sign, right? That that makes everything easier. Once you stay in the first place that you get into for hopefully like a 2-year span minimum, it starts to show like that you are a mentally stable, capable individual that can work in a team with people, and then that is a really big bonus. So that's part of why it's so hard to get the first job when you've just only done like solo projects, is because people are unsure of like your teamwork capabilities, basically. Mentally stable, yeah. Well, no, seriously, there's like we had some people, I've worked with some people in the past that were like, they're like super toxic. They're like internet troll personality and like an actual person, and it's just like annoying. like it's a terrible person. Like there's some people where everybody's like, I don't like working with this person, I'm gonna quit my job just because of how horrible this person is to work with that I have to work with. Like, there's some people like that. And so, and they don't last at a place for more than 1 year at a time. You can tell by their, like, resume history, they're at, like, a different place every year because they're just, like, super fucking toxic. And people hate working with them. So, so once you work somewhere for at least a 2-year time span or 2 or 3 year time span, and then your job doesn't end because you were fired, it ends because, you know, like a hiring freeze or a layoff or something weird, or a whole company shuts down, which has happened to me twice in a row now, then you're good, right? And people are like, oh, like this person can, you know, work on a team. So it's another thing. You were a manager once and you had to hire a lot. You understand how important work culture? Okay, well then you're probably good. They probably won't even question your teamwork capability if you have manager of XYZ or whatever on your resume. So that's probably not an issue for you. I think you could get a job right now if you just apply to a lot of places. If you apply to like 10 jobs like a month, non-doxing portfolio, what do you mean? Oh, you can put it behind a password and stuff. Like make your YouTube video unlisted. Make your resume and your portfolio. A lot of people host it on a website and then it's like locked behind a password. You don't want them to know you're a VTuber? Why not? I feel like your stream is not like risque or anything in it, like not safe for work or anything. Yeah, I don't know. Your VTuber project is your skill set demonstration though. So that's tough. I think if you just show it and you're like, hey, I made this thing, but you don't give them the actual link to your Twitch, maybe that like they're not going to figure it out or find you or anything. Like literally none of my coworkers would check on my stream. Very rarely. My boss like stopped by and followed my stream like one time ever the whole 2.5 years I was working at Notorious. What's up, Mike? How's it going, man? What are you playing now in the post Eldegard era of the world? I gotta figure out why the heck this video has black bars on it, dude. This doesn't make any sense. Like, what? All right, how's our last attempt on Money Cat? That's pretty. It's just weird in the first half, the money is coming from behind the banner instead of in front. But the way he shoots the money out is better. I don't know. This one's kind of cool. It's like a volcano eruption. This one's sick. Yeah, we'll go with the original one. Money Cat. He doesn't have a name yet. You're playing Pokemon TCGP. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that acronym is. Care to enlighten me? Trading card game Pocket on the phone. Oh, cool, dude. Nice. That sounds fun. I liked playing the card game a lot as a kid. Going back to WoW with Arcavian, but I'm training to re-enlist back into the army. Oh, cool, man. Sounds crazy. How much training do you have to do? Both my cousins are in the military. Or two of them. I gotta call him tomorrow. It's his birthday. Get to lose an inch off your waist, lost 15 pounds so far, and just every month. Word. Yeah, that's what one of my cousins was saying. He's like, I was like, damn, dude, you look good now. Cause he had like a beer belly a little bit last time I'd seen him. And he's like, yeah, I literally can't weigh more than, I can't remember what it was for his height, like 170 or something. Or I'll get kicked out of the army, is what he said. Keeping a short contract just in case Elderguard comes back. Yeah, right. It's not going to come back as a dedicated server game ever. It'll be like a casual, like PvE mostly, you know, offline thing or something maybe one day. Dude, so you hang out with Arcavian? You played WoW with him? Dude, I tried to message him on Discord a week after the game, or a couple days after the game shut down, because he had messaged me 2 weeks before we announced the shutdown, or a week before. It was like, hey man, are the rumors true? Like, what's going on? Is the game going to shut down? And I didn't say anything to him, and I ghosted him on that question because Chris had to tell you guys. I couldn't be the one to spoil it. Then I would have gotten in trouble with Chris, you know? So my only option, it wasn't just him. There was like 4 or 5 players that kind of were getting the vibe that something was that I was gonna shut down. And well, if you talk to him, tell him like I try to message him and I'm blocked from messaging him on Discord. But I tried to tell him like I was gonna tell him like, yo, my bad, man. Like I couldn't respond to you because Chris had to break the news. But you know, thanks for playing and stuff. But he like quit the Discord and stuff. so that's part of why I couldn't message him. It's like you don't have any mutual servers anymore. Like, oh shit. Word. Yeah, man. So I try to follow up I followed up with everybody else. You know, I said like 4 or 5 people messaged me the week before the announcement and they were like, hey, what's going on? Is the game shutting down? And I had to ghost everybody. I went through all my DMs after it was announced and I responded to Jiggy Spice, VUC4, the Wizard main. I can't remember who else, a couple other people. So I tried to respond to him, but I couldn't because he left the Discord and stuff. I was going to pop into his stream, but he's like, I don't know, I'm always doing something. Like, at the same time that he's streaming. Pod API. I wish Sung hit me up because I DM'd him of me going back in the army because we talked about it before. Oh, did you? Oh, you messaged him after the game shut down? Yeah, Sung seems like he hard disconnected from everything at the in like February when he realized like we weren't gonna sell enough to be able to survive another season. Yeah. Probably the same NDA bow as you were. Yeah, I mean, I could have spoiled it, and I don't think it would have made any... It wouldn't change anything. My last paycheck was still at the end of February. But it just morally just didn't feel right. It feels like this is Chris's responsibility. He's the one that started the company. He's the one that you know, got the investment funding. He's the one that was managing the timelines, the content release schedule, the marketing, the budgeting. This is all his responsibility, and this outcome is something that is his to own, you know? So he has to be the one to, like, tell you guys the news, not us. That's how I felt, at least. Like, I'm not gonna take any heat for this. It's not my company. It was kind of all of ours in some way, but it's still, at the end of the day, is his creation. Yeah, it's backed up on like 2 or 3 different NAS boxes, like a remote AWS Perforce server. You know, it's got like a couple people still have the project on their machines, the engineers and stuff. If they feel like working on the offline mode, they could maybe get it working. They've made some progress. They've convened to like try to get the offline mode working a little bit, but not a lot, because I'd say only like half of people have found a new job so far, maybe even less. Some people that are really good from our team are actually struggling to find jobs right now because of the state of the industry, or because they're like not the best at interviewing, and interviewing is a different game than actually working your job, like still to this day, which I think is going to change with all the AI stuff. Like I saw some companies now in general, some tech companies, not game companies yet, are doing a thing where they pay people to come into the office for like 3 days. Or remote. If it's remote, it's you're working remotely. But it's like it's like as if you're actually working on the team and you're paid to do it as if you have the job, but for a 3-day stint. So it's like a little contract gig for 3 days. And people are starting to do that now because of all the cheating and stuff you can do with AI for tests and all this stuff. And it's honestly, it's a better, I think I hope more people do that because it's a better way of doing things. Still, at the end of the day, there's a lot of terrible, toxic people that are good at faking things and hiding parts of their personality. And you don't really know like who the shitty people are to work with until like 3 months, usually. So the 3 days I think helps a lot for identifying people that are gonna mesh well or not, and if what they showed that they can do and what they are bragging about that they can do in an interview is real or not, or if they're just full of hot air. So I think it's a pretty good, I hope it's a trend that continues, mainly because you're paid. You're like, if you weren't paid, I'd be like, that's bullshit. But the fact that they're paying you as if it's the real salary for a 3-day stint is pretty good. I think it's a good deal. 3-day trial position. Yeah. So I saw an article about that on LinkedIn last week that people are starting to do that. I think that's pretty hype, actually. And like some of the people that I'm mentioning that are like engineers that I know that are struggling with the interview stuff, because the interview stuff, the engineers still have to do all these stupid leak code questions and stuff that are like little toy algorithm puzzles that don't actually apply to anything they're doing once they get the job. That whole thing is BS. And I hope it literally completely gets deleted and just goes away in favor of like, okay, let's do like 2 interviews, make sure they're not crazy, make sure they at least they know what they're talking about, and then let's give them the 3-day trial. Like, I hope that just becomes the pipeline for hiring. We'll see, though.
Something else, my guy. That's one for the rave. Trust me. Trust me.
All right, you guys, I gotta eat something. I was sticking around because you just showed up, Mike. It's not gonna take me long though. I'm gonna go next door. I'm gonna get some of these Japanese seaweed and salt chips because they're awesome. And I'm gonna make a turkey wrap, and all that'll take me like 20 minutes. So when I get back, we're gonna finish implementing. Let's see if Money Cat's here now. Yay, Money Cat's here. We're gonna finish implementing all these video loops on the website, and then we're gonna send Game Engine Claude off on a crazy tangent to build a whole multiplayer framework. Just to burn through tokens, basically. Like, I don't need it yet, but it is important if we get the framework in, then it won't have to do a big rewrite of the code for the actual combat and stuff in the gameplay. It'll be building it kind of correctly, like, as we build the gameplay. So I actually want to get the multiplayer in before we start piling gameplay in, for the turn-based fights and stuff. So, because then I'm going to point it at the code base for the version of this game that I built in both Core and the version I built in Unreal. I'm going to tell it, read the battle code for the turn-based fights that I wrote in both of these engines and figure out how to structure the code in this to be the same as what I did there, because it took me a lot of refinement. So we're going to add multiplayer, and then we're going to start adding actual gameplay, and then start trying to make a real UI. And then what else? And we're going to complete the Nully socks today. The back, the like heel and the toe area stuff on the socks is like clipping. So I need to go into Photoshop and like tighten this up here. And then I also have to make, if we go to like the large version of the sock, it's missing like a row of Nully faces. And the small version of the sock is like clipped and cutting off. So I got to fix up the socks on the top, in the bottom, and the small and the large templates all need to be adjusted. And then the socks will be done. And then we're going to, and then after that, we're going to work on the emails that people get sent. Whoa, that was loud. The emails that people get sent for the merchandise when they go to order something. The emails are generic emails from Stripe and then Printify right now. And they're not Nuldrums branded. So Claude was telling me how we need to use Resend, which is the email API that we use to blast out emails from the website. We need to hook up Resend so that when people order merchandise, they get an official email from Nuldrums, from the website, that says like, here's your receipt. And the next one says, we've received your order and it's processing. And then when it actually ships from Printify, then it needs to say like, now your order is shipped and here's the tracking number. So we're going to try to do that as well today, so that once all that's done, I'm going to buy my own pair of socks on the website to test the emails. I'm going to tell my other friends too, like, I'm sure something will be broken when I buy the socks and the emails aren't going to work correctly. And then once I fix something, then I'm going to ask some of my friends and family were going to buy stuff on here, and I was telling them to wait so I can use each one of their purchases as a QA test run. So yeah, so we're going to try to iron that out. And then this shirt, I'm going to change the cut to be one of those like oversized anime shirt type things where the sleeves are like down to your elbow, instead of the one that I have right now is like your standard. And then we got to make a mug. And socks, mug. I think that's it for now. I don't want to go too crazy. Is there anything else we needed to do today? Oh, this is the other thing we'll do today while we're in Webdev land. The embedded Twitch player doesn't work anymore on here. It used to work when I coded it myself, and then when I asked Claude to add the chat box here, it broke. The stream won't play at all from this embedded player. So I have to do some investigation in this and actually look at my own original source code before it did any changes. But the idea here is like, Nully should autoplay when you go to this tab, right? He should autoplay, he should be playing, and we have on the profiles here, you can connect your Google, Discord, and Twitch account to your Nuldrums account. And I want like this cool seamless integration with like a bunch of places on the website. And this is one of them where it's like, if you have your Twitch account connected, if you want to talk to Noli, you just go to nuldrums.world/AI and you just start typing, you know, instead of going to Twitch. And then the other thing that I want to do, but it's probably a stretch goal today because everything I just listed is already a lot of work. The other stretch goal is the Clubhouse. So setting up a monthly subscription to become a Nuldrums club member with Stripe. And then if you have the $8 a month subscription, then you can get access to this Clubhouse, and this Clubhouse is going to let's go like the animated one because it's cooler. Money Cat. The Clubhouse is we're gonna connect the website to this thing called Supabase, which a lot of people use for web services. I've never heard of it, but it's pretty popular, I guess. And what it'll do is Supabase is what we need to integrate for presence detection here. So what I'm going to do is if you're a club member and you're on the Clubhouse, we're going to have little avatars that you don't control. It's not like a game. You know, we're not making like a full-blown like thing that you can navigate around in or something that's 3D or anything yet. Maybe one day we'll do that, but I think right now it'd be like a little taxing on the server, right? So instead what we're just going to do is this is kind of inspired by this old game Boom Bang that me and my friends used to play, where you had these little cartoon avatars and people were just chatting with each other. It was just like a chat room. So I want, if you're in the club and then you go here, we're going to have your avatar shows up and stuff. I guess kind of like the stream avatars, right? Where they're doing their own thing. But then what I'm going to integrate with it is in the top left here, we're going to have chat window that is a private Discord channel from the Nuldrums Discord that is only for people with the club member role. So you're just using Discord in here instead of me rolling my own chat and all that, because I talked to Claude, and having our own chat server in here is a huge headache, apparently. And moderation is one of the problems with it. But instead, it's going to be even cooler, I think, anyways, if it's literally a embedded Discord chat here, but it's styled like Nuldrum stuff. But everything people say to each other in the Clubhouse, both on the website and in the Discord, is going to be like interconnected. Like you can basically interact with the Clubhouse chat just from Discord without having to be in the Clubhouse if you want to, you know, or you can like just passively see the conversations that are happening in the Clubhouse, even if you're not logged into it. So I think that'll be really sick. I don't know what the avatar is going to look like yet. It's going to be a big thing. But if you send a Discord message from here, I definitely want a little chat bubble above your avatar, just like stream avatars. So that's the Clubhouse. And then the other, I don't think I'm going to get to that today. I think that'll be like Sunday's project. And then the other thing on the website is we need to figure out more like Easter eggs and mini games and stuff for you to do in like the forest. Like there's nothing in the forest here. There needs to be some cool shit going on. And then the castle has an Easter egg right now, but there's nothing going on. There needs to be some stuff going on here. What I want in the castle, I want to make an actual game, like a web browser game, a 3JS game, where it's like that game Quap. This stupid game where you're pressing Q and W and O and P, and to do these like building block rudimentary movements to try to get this guy to run. I want to basically do the same rhythm and concept of the game, but you're blowing elaborate artistic smoke clouds like Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. So it's like Quap, but you're blowing huge vape clouds wizard vape clouds that are shaped like dragons and castles and like monsters and stuff. So I think that would be a fun mini game to put in the mage castle. But yeah, I have no idea if we're gonna put it in the forest yet. I was thinking the forest might be cool as fuck if it's like, if it's a maze, right? Because I got a bunch of great images when we were generating the forest. And I think I can make more just like it. Some time. And I think it'd be cool if you go into the forest and then there's just like an endless maze. Oh my god. Have I made enough images in Midjourney yet this month? Holy crap. Dude, what is going on? It's gonna take me forever to find this forest.
Still got the shot.
Oh, that's because we're scrolling this way. Yeah. Duh. Stupid. I made the forest after these. Did I? Dude, there's some stuff missing from Midjourney. There's no way. Oh no, here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Okay, so I got a lot of good images for the forest. And like this one, you know, and this one. So what I'm thinking is this one. I'm thinking we make some kind of thing where if you're in the forest on the website, you click here and you go down the path, you know? And you just keep clicking to go different paths. And it creates like a maze where if you do them all in the right order, you end up at the center of the maze where there's like a treasure chest or something, like some Pan's Labyrinth type shit, you know? But if you do them in the wrong order, you keep ending up back where you started. That kind of classic thing. I want it to like really like trip people out, drive them crazy. They're just like, dude, what is the point in this? But somehow I have to give them the carrot at the end of the stick and let them know there is a treasure chest for them to find. Anyway, so that's the grand scheme of things thus far on the website. How to make all these other places a little more live. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do for this. The science lab needs one more thing at least. Shitty capitalized enough. The Omni Artist place, this needs another thing or two. Meme marketing has nothing at all. It just looks cool. So we'll have to figure out some kind of useful thing here or fun thing. And then once they're all like filled out, I think the website will be in a good spot in terms of content. And then I'm going to make it really nice for mobile. And then I'm going to announce that it's released for real. Never done a release announcement for it, because I felt like it was missing all this content. Oh, we need to add another POI too in the clouds, the Nuldrums, because that's where the current game takes place. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna go get food. Hopefully this is a good mix to leave you guys on.
Why can't we put everything that we have into everything that we can?
Yeah, I'll be back in like 20 minutes, you guys.
Down the hall, kicking it in the back of the school.
The outcome is critical.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, I just went to the grocery store. I'm gonna be eating for a couple more minutes, and we'll keep grinding.
to secured satellite comms. Longs and latch for the transshipment points. That's all cool, but I need a...
Sorry, big vibe switch. The music was getting a little too slow for me. Still need some crazy stuff. Stay awake.
You're having second thoughts. Second thoughts. You're having second thoughts.
All right, I'm done eating. I'm gonna go check out the sunset for a minute, and then we're gonna lock in again.
Sometimes I don't text you back, but I never mean to disrespect you. I'm on the road trying to do this thing, I know you see where man's trying to get to. I've been around the world and back, I ain't met anybody I wanna be with more than you. That's why when the sun goes down at night, man, I'm calling you. I've been around the world and back, I ain't met anybody I wanna be with more than you. That's why when the sun get you. I'm on the road trying to do this thing. I know you see where man's trying to get to. I've been around the world and back. I ain't met anybody I wanna be with more than you. That's why when the sun goes down at night, man, I call it.
Simultaneously, or they're going to vector in on our positions.
Vector 1.
Yo, what's up? Guys, I was checking on the Twitter sphere. Alright, guys. I finished eating dinner. Let's enter a new sprint here. Probably gonna change the music vibes in a minute. We got some Z fighting with the ocean plane. Let's see if I can get a screenshot for Claude. Oh, there we go. We got a good screenshot. We got a seam issue as well in the sky right now. You can see it over here on these clouds.
What makes a guy a jazz singer? What makes a man, what makes a woman a jazz singer as opposed to just a good pop singer?
Well, again, we go right back to interpretation and sound. Let me demonstrate, man.
All right. Let's figure out a new music vibe, one that's YouTube friendly. So far, the music I've been listening to is good to go with YouTube. No copyrights. We gotta be careful though. The game engine is looking insanely good, man. Thanks, dude. Yep. I'm just iterating. It's actually insane. Even though it's being vibe coded, I am learning like a lot about different techniques that go into like fixing a bunch of issues with an open world game, like how the terrain chunks work, and like I don't know what's up with this Z fighting on the ocean plane. When I walk the let's do a little voice chat for this with Claude. When I walk, the ocean plane clips through the terrain sometimes. Can we have the plane only exist in intended lakes in the continent and in the ocean? See if we can fix that. But yeah, man, I'm also having to do a bunch of tasteful work here to glue stuff together. So, like these plants I got, they're CC0 plants, so they are under public domain. But they had the bane of my existence, which is they were yellow-green grass, which always looks like kind of like sickly and like dead to me. I hate yellow-green in general. That's part of the Nuldrums vibes. Oh, what's going on with the clouds there? Yeah, there's still some weird stuff that happens. Like, we're not done yet, for sure. I don't know why the clouds were just freaking out. They don't freak out like now. Is it first person? Oh, weird. It's if I go into first person, the clouds freak out. Huh. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to fix. But, yeah, I just did kind of the usual. I told Claude to do the same artistic decision making for the foliage that I normally do when I'm making a new terrain in Unreal. So, that's like height variation for the plants, all kinds of things. In the grass. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on trying to get the performance up, too. Check out this. This is insane. So right now it's set to be capped. Let's take the cap off. It might cause the stream to lag. Oh, weird. The frame rate took a huge hit. Oh, we have the world map open. That's why. Yeah, it's crazy. This world map tab, I don't know how it's rendering it, but it actually tanks the frame rate. Yeah, there we go. Check it out. Check out what I did. Oh, the rain's coming in. We've got weather. We got rain. We've got day-night. Yeah, check it out. We're averaging 300 FPS during gameplay. During gameplay. The AI should not be taking up any frame time at all right now. I'm way far away from him. So I need to structure the AI spawning. We need to add like a spawning system for the AI that is performant. Yeah, we're at 300 FPS during gameplay. During editor time, we're sitting at like usually like 400. Yeah, we're closer to 400 when I'm not like playing the game. And also that 300 FPS that we're running at, that is while we are while we have the editor stuff open. So actually just even looking at these windows here takes away from the frame time. The frames are even better. It's probably like 350 frames a second when you're playing the game. LOD technique? Yep. So we're using all kinds of stuff. And so I just cleared the weather out. Yeah, look, we got the rain. The rain isn't going the right direction here. It's a little crazy looking. We got thunderstorms. We got overcast, heavy overcast. Clear the weather out. We've got, I can turn the day-night cycle up. Check this out. Where's it at? I can't wait to have a real character. Boom's going to model a low poly version of Trickery. And I'm going to animate him like walking like a cartoon character and stuff. A little bit of pep in his step. Look, we got a sunset already. This is nighttime. We got the nighttime. There's the moon. I just added the moon today. I don't know why. If I zoom out. Yeah, look at the moon. The detail's a little lost on the moon. It especially look like the one from the anime Soul Eater. Still kind of cool. So we got day, night. Got weather. It's kind of stuff in my game. I want to demo by the end of the year, but I need to lock in for that. Lock in, dude. I actually, no lie, like, I think making an entire game engine from scratch that the AI coded itself and understands the code base for and I'm building in commands for the AI to be able to do stuff to the scene in the editor. It's actually been like easier, I think, than like I can just tell it like, hey, like add grass, add this, do that. I can't do that with Unreal. Like, you can't pilot Unreal or Unity or anything right now like that, where you're just like, okay, now add trees to the world and add another layer of this and give it this much kind of variation in the height and whatever. And because we made the engine with AI, it's able to do that and have full manipulation and control over everything that's happening. So I think if you're using Unity and stuff, it's actually harder to try to, because you have to go back and forth between the AI giving you stuff, like scripts and stuff, and then copy pasting it, and then it's telling you like, okay, now you got to add this thing to the scene and do this and do that, instead of being able to just tell the AI to do everything because the engine's made by AI for AI to use. Oh. Oh, this is supposed to be a progress bar for quests. Yeah, I'm going to try to get it to fix this thing. I don't know what this was supposed to be. Sure, you're using Godot. You haven't had a huge problem using AI with it? Yeah, but it can't, like... Oh, wait. The stream was dying. It should be better now. It can't, like, add a bunch of stuff to the scene, can it? Like, if you tell it, like, okay, make me a whole patch of woods and give it some trees, and this is the tree model, and... Like, can it do that? Yet? Or is it telling you to, like, go what you're supposed to do in the settings and, like, stuff to set things up? Okay, what are we doing for hopefully YouTube stream friendly music? Tells me to step set everything up. True. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have to ask for steps. I tell it what to do and it does it. I feel like a lot of this music is going to get me into copyright trouble with YouTube. We'll see. I think someone was working on a plugin for that, though. There is an MCP plugin, but MCPs take a lot of tokens. So the way that you design a piece of software, a tool, to be super manipulatable by the AI is CLI commands. And it being to, like, recompile everything and stuff when it needs to on its own. And right now, none of the tools are built as AI first tools. They're using MCP servers, which just eats through a ton of tokens and is kind of a janky bridge between stuff that existed before AI tools and the AI tools right now. So I'm saying I don't think Godot, Unity, and Unreal are going to have the level of synergy with AI tools that, like, my engine does right now, and that future engines are going to have by being built with it in mind first. For sure, I don't think they will either. Having the code for Godot, someone could give the AI the code base and do it though. Yeah, but a big problem with it too, and this is why I chose the programming language that I did for making this engine, is Godot's still written in C++, and so is Unreal, and so is Unity, and C++ requires long, lengthy compile times, and it has to recompile like big chunks of the project, and it takes a long time if you change something in like the engine or the project. Now they created some stuff to alleviate this in Unreal Engine, but it's sort of janky and it causes bugs and stuff sometimes. So there's actually better programming languages for AI to make like a change to the way the engine works or the editor or the gameplay, and then it compiles only the differences. And that's the Zig language that I'm using. That's the main point of it over C++. So that's the other problem, is all three of the legacy game engine, off-the-shelf game engines at this point, Godot, Unity, Unreal, they're using a programming language that is also not very versatile and adaptable for AI to make a bunch of changes all the time quickly. So even if you have the source code of Godot, your compile times are going to be like, and the AI is manipulating stuff, it's going to be a lot slower, and you're going to be waiting on these long compile times compared to mine. So it is possible, but yeah. C++ versus the language that I'm using, which is Zig. All the seconds that you spend waiting on the compile time is going to add up. Yeah. Use Zig as a zero dependent. Yeah, maybe they can change it to use the Zig compiler for like Godot or something. Use Zig as a zero dependency drop-in C++ compiler, supports cross compilation out of the box. Leverage Zig build to create a consistent development environment across. Add a Zig compilation unit of C++, exposing the rich standard library of your C++ code. Meta programming based on compile time, code execution, and lazy evaluation. Call any function at compile time. Manipulate types as values. I don't know. Maybe there's some stuff they could do to make Godot work better. Time. But so far, like, you know, I'm finding that you can just rip if you just make your own engine. It's crazy. Okay, we gotta fix. I don't know what the heck's going on in this video on the home screen, but it's got these like black bars on the side, and it's getting squished down in Premiere for no reason at all. The original video loop doesn't have black bars, so what the heck? I mean, I'll just scale it and that fixes it, but it just bothers me that I'm having to scale it. Can't tell if there's... Okay, 101 for sure. Gets rid of the black bars. Let's re-export it. I don't think I'm losing that much information by scaling it 1%. Thing here. Okay. Yeah, man. Even though I'm dogging on the game engine thing a little bit, still I think like you and a lot of people are able to go 10 times faster now with Godot, Unity, Unreal than before with AI. Like the AI is still going to help like an insane amount with the existing game engines. I just think what's going to happen eventually is every tool in existence right now is going to every computer tool and piece of software is undergoing some kind of massive rewrite that's barely even begun. The bigger the project, the slower it's going to move. So I think every tool, piece of software that existed is scrambling right now to try to integrate and make it more usable by just prompting like Claude to do stuff. But it's going to take a while, and while all the legacy tools are busy trying to keep up and rework everything they did, new people are going to make stuff from scratch that's like infused and intertwined with being able to prompt the AI to do things in the tool from the get-go, because you're building it in a new world and a new context where that's the norm now. It's gonna be an interesting next couple years. Okay, so we now have okay, I fixed this video. There's no more black bars on the side. We now have a video loop for every POI in the world. Don't I see a time you make their own engine in games with AI now on YouTube? Nice. Wait, you've seen other people that are making their own engine? I was going to do a big long video about mine. Because I haven't seen any videos of people making their engines or posts or anything. I gotta hurry up and make my YouTube video then. Fast. Website's looking fire. Thanks, man. Yeah, we're working on, I'm about to push this right now. I got videos for every single background set up. I don't know why this one has like a screen effect on this, but unfortunately, you can't go really beyond 1080 for videos on the on websites just because of file size. Oh, actually, their file size is way too big. So you're not making like an actual game engine, like you're making it like Cakes did with his game. Oh, okay. Yeah, so they're making like a 2D game. And like a 2D game engine. And like and then the editor's kind of like bare bones. Like it doesn't look like you're straight up inside of like Unreal or something. It's kind of a little more bare bones. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone doing what I'm doing yet. I'm going to be making a video about it really soon. I'm making a video about the game launcher, and I'm making a big long post about the game launcher next week. Like the whole process that goes into making one, including all the stuff you need on the on your website to do it. Like all this stuff is in the write-up too, how you need all this. This is basically what it looks like when you put a game on Steam. You have all these same like tools and stuff. Or promotions and setting up the release dates and all that. So I prepared a video and a long post for that for Tuesday this week. I've only seen one person other than you that's making a full-on game engine. His name is the Churno on YouTube. Oh yeah, he's like real though. I'm fake, right? I'm a vibe coder. I mean, I understand the concepts, but I think he's more legit than I am by a large portion. I saw it. He made that, like, that's the whole point of his YouTube channel, right? Like, he ran that channel for the last, like, 7 or 8 years, and all he's been doing is building a game engine. And then he, like, licensed it or something. It's pretty insane. So what I'm saying is, like, I have to start making more YouTube videos about everything. Problem is, it's moving so fast that it's like I have to make up stuff about, like, oh, this is what I got done. I don't know. It's just already like it's already come so far. You know what I mean? Be like, this is how far it is in 2 weeks, and then the rest, and it's basically done. Like, the core of it's there, and then any devlog updates after that are going to be like really nitpicky small stuff. Like, oh, we made some new tree models in the last 2 weeks, and fixed this like glitchiness with this one thing, and I don't know. He stopped working on it for now. He's the CTO of a company now that does stuff with robots that actually uses his game engine, which is crazy. That's awesome, dude. Yep. YouTube is the answer. YouTube gives you more opportunities than, like, anything else now. It's the answer to everything. So I think it fixed the ocean. So it just fixed the ocean shader. So the ocean shader isn't clipping through the ground anymore. So now what I might do is I might ask it to implement stitching on the terrain instead of skirting. So what we have right now is we have skirts for the terrain, and what that does is it makes when there's the terrain chunk that we're on is a higher LOD. You know, if you can picture right now, we are on a grid, right, of terrain chunks. We're here. So this one is the highest LOD. And then all these other ones have a lower LOD. What happens is that these seams, they get mismatched because this has a higher vertex count than this one, right? So they get mismatched, and you see these gaps. And there's multiple solutions to this. Here's the Claude diagram that I got for this. So what we have right now is called skirting. It just extends this like vertical wall from the terrain chunks in this gap. So when you're looking from away, like, it looks okay. You know, that's what we see right here when I get here at this distance, and the LOD is different. but you can kind of still see something here, right? That doesn't look quite right. So it points the normals on the skirt so that it's the same way up. So the lighting, that's why right here it actually kind of tricks you and it blends it a little bit. Is because the lighting and the shadows are hitting the skirt the same. Like there's no shadows being cast onto it from neighboring chunks or anything. But yeah, it's still like there's a little bit of a gap here in the seam. That's fixable. But up here, like this is just what you're gonna get when your camera angle is looking up or something and you're not just flat. Like you'll never see the skirting if we're on a flat plane, but when you're at a distance like that at an angle and you're looking up a hill or something, it's going to become apparent. So the other solution, so Unity and Godot both use the skirting technique to deal with the difference in the LODs. There's vertex snapping, kind of does something, but it still can show the gap. Like there's still a gap there, but the vertices are sort of lined up. And then what Unreal does is they do what's called edge stitching, which is kind of what I had pictured in my head as what you would do for the actual solution to cover the gap, which is it draws new triangles that go from the higher LOD to the lower LOD. To stitch them together and create new geometry that patches it. So we're going to try that next. See if we can improve this. And we're also going to measure and ask Claude, what is the performance trade-off if we do stitching instead of skirts? Should be interesting. All right, it's telling me it just gave us the ability to paint lakes. So I think, where are we? Yes, I think there used to be a lake right. Oh yeah, there used to be a lake right here. So let's go to the terrain tools. Let's go to water. What? It's interesting. Painting water does not seem to be getting recorded in the undo history. Okay. That was quite weird. Why are we still getting this, like, jaggedness here? I came up with a better description for my game if you want to read it. Back then, it was a little confusing, so I just started. Yeah, sure. I don't think I even read the first version.
Run program. Ultra Spirit.
Oh, dude, let's go listen through this dude's music. How are we back on shuffle? I literally took it off shuffle on this. Thought something was weird. My door's open.
Run program. Ultra Spirit.
It is a low poly mythical survival game where every choice is shaped by the cards you play. In a world locked in perpetual twilight, survival isn't just about gathering resources, it's about summoning them. Using a unique card-based system, you can conjure everything you need to survive, from essential resources and tools to powerful weapons and dangerous enemies. Every card you play can help you or put you at risk, forcing you to think carefully about how you shape your environment. That's cool, man. What's this inspired by? Have you watched the Greed Island arc of Hunter x Hunter? I always thought that would be a really good game. And I was sad it was such a short season out of the whole series. Okay, so we can paint a lake now. Why is terrain skirts? Oh, a view. Oh, because we were doing A/B testing. It is a little. Oh, nice. Yeah, dude, I thought Greed Island could be interpreted into a really badass video game after watching it. And I just feel like nobody did it justice yet. And as usual dude, anime creators are so good at coming up with like very unique premises for like rules and like stuff for like a video game. But they're not game designers, so they come up with this really cool like set of surface level like rules and stuff. And they don't go super deep into like the nuance. All right. Yeah, once we get the website a little bit further along, a good spot, like we have to go in on the game engine, I think. I've got some good ideas for I'm trying to go for a Greed Island 7 Days to Die mashup, I guess. There'll be more than just zombies though. Gonna try and have a ton of mythical creatures. That's pretty sick, dude. Nice. All right, I'm going to ask it, hey, can we detect the normals that the trees are on? Hoping to have a team by the time you start your next game. I don't think I'd do it by myself. You talking about the game you're working on right now? Or something else in the future? Something else in the future? Nice. I mean, is your goal to like run like a game studio? Because that's like that's the start of it, right? You make something by yourself, then you convince a bunch of people to make something with you after you've made something by yourself. The money cat is spitting out money. I gotta figure out how to bring this room to life, dude. I don't understand why. Why I didn't want to animate at all. popping at the end? It is popping at the end. Well, how the fuck is it popping at the end? That doesn't make any sense. Unless the reference image was different when I started. That's frustrating. It's pretty tough deciding if I want to go all videos for everything, even though I spent all the video credits. Like, you have to go down to 1080 quality for the videos. You can't go any higher just because the file size is too massive. And the 8K images look really nice. I don't know, like everything's really boring if it's not animated. Pretty cool. It's not great, but it's like, it's a pretty good start, I think. It'll make all the ambience make more sense when I add the music ambience. Dude, these mountains have been frustrating. Why is it like popping the colors at the end? I guess it just didn't lerp it back fast enough. I'm going to tell it to go ahead and deploy the videos. They're pretty cool. Sorry. That's my goal. It's a really huge project, though. It's a game with over 1,000+ endings to it. You get trapped in a library and have to escape by reading books and playing the story. At the end of every story, you'll get a key. You need at least 3 keys to leave the library, but depending on what keys you get and the order you get them in will determine what ending you get. So that's game number 2. That's the one you want a team for? As the follow-up? You guys see what my settings in Unreal is? These trees. Yeah? Dude, that's crazy, man. That's awesome. Well, sounds like you've got a long decade ahead of you, maybe. Maybe 6 to 10 years to do all that. Dude, I didn't know you had ambitions of making whole like big video games like that. Getting a studio together is cool, dude. How long have you been thinking about that that story game? The library one. Frame rate's gonna drop. We're in Unreal. Damn, dude, Unreal is so speedy. I really appreciate Unreal's rendering now and the speed of doing everything and all that junk. Like, look how good this forest floor looks. This scene that I made. It's way better than mine, Chin. Dude, these grass cards and stuff that somebody made. Oh, my robot brain. Was I a robot for a second there? I full screened it. Dude, this forest floor looks so sick. Damn it, it did it again. Unreal. Yeah, the stream's going to struggle for a second while I screenshot these foliage settings from Unreal. I wanted to make my own game studio since 2019 and 2020-ish. I was too lazy to do anything, and mindset was trash. I finally have a job and money to pursue it. Mindset is still all trash and worried what I got. Yeah, you're also young, man. Like I've said before, like everything just as you get older, just like stuff just kind of starts to fall into place and like click. If you're working the whole time and you're not like doing zero with your time, you know, you're not working all the time. Like I started working seriously on my first game when I was 22, and I worked on it until I was 24. But I only worked on it like maybe like 40 hours a week, and some weeks like less than that, because I was busy like hanging out with my dad all the time and going to breweries with him and all this stuff. So I wasn't a mega grinding work all day type of person when I was your age. And it didn't click for me, and I didn't start doing that and start working as hard as I do right now until I was 27. And then when I was 27, that's when it kind of everything just sort of clicked, and then I just like was like, oh yeah, like I only care about making video games for the most part and music. And I just went ham. And haven't stopped since now. You know, so I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't sweat too much or beat yourself up about trash mindset stuff or whatever. It seems to progressively get better for a lot of people. That's not true for everyone though. I have some friends that have gone backwards. I have some friends that like I was in college with. They dropped out of college. They went back to college. They finished college. Then they left, and then they like still live with their parents and stuff, and they're in their mid-30s, and they never got a job with their degree and never tried to like start a career, even though they finished their degree. Like, it's crazy. So I do know some people have gone backwards, but most people, it seems to be, as you go through your mid and your late 20s, you start to get more and more efficient in general. It's hard to work on a ton. I have a full-time job, part-time job. Most of my free time is going towards it, which is not a whole lot. Oh, wow. Full-time and part-time. Yeah, that's not a lot. It's something, though. At least you're improving, right, at game dev as a whole by just doing something. I love seeing the tweets of people that are like, wow, I vibe coded a video game, and then I realized terrible. and the actual like skill in making a good game isn't just like, can you engineer and program it? New survey shows how a near majority of game developers are looking to leave the industry due to mass layoffs and instability. Yo. Man, my brother got a little mad at me. I used some AI art for the game engine and stuff. He was like, why didn't you come to me? I could have made it. What? What does he do? How could he have made it? How long would it have taken to make it? Tell him he can still make it and replace the AI art. But the AI art is good for placeholder to start getting your ideas out there and get them functioning. Brothers and artists, it would have taken months. Yeah. You tell them I'm going to use AI to, like, prototype my ideas, man. and then you can go and replace everything at your leisure. That's what I'm doing. The AI serves as like the vibe train, and it shows people like hop on board the vibe train, you know, like hop on board. This is the vibes we're going for. Are you down? That's basically what it does, but everything you create with it needs to be replaced. Tell it.
It's gonna be like knitting.
Hey guys, sorry, I was getting distracted by X. I was trying to find more threads to reply in. I'm trying to be more active in commenting stuff on X and all of that, so that people just find my profile. You know, because I click on people that commented on stuff on Instagram, X all the time, and I'm curious, and I get curious about them based on the comment they made. Okay, let's lost a lot of the momentum on the website stuff tonight. I need to eat dinner. I need to force myself to eat some dinner for the muscle growth, you know. But we just deployed all these videos to the website. Let me check Coolify. Oh, it didn't do it. Okay, we're good. All right. I asked our game engine Claude to tell me to assess stitching versus our skirt system. T-junction elimination Unreal uses just on the index side. Neighbor heights get passed into mesh gen for cross-boundary normals. Oh yeah, it needs to be neighbor aware. So the plumbing for neighbor awareness exists. Skirts 30 in vertical drop on all edges. 512 extra triangles per chunk. The workaround that stitching would replace persistent per chunk vertex buffers, size for max LOD rewritten on LOD change, no allocation churn. What Unreal style stitching actually adds: vertex snapping at coarse neighbors, the real fix. Fan indexing alone isn't watertight. The fan side's boundary vertices are sampled at the fine height map, which disagrees with the coarse neighbor's linear interpolation between its sparser samples. Close the crack along any boundary where a neighbor is coarse, or override those boundary vertex heights with a linear interpolation between the neighbors. 20 to 40 lines and generated vertices. So you already have neighbor heights. Neighbor heights is already in scope. Interesting. Enforce 1 LOD max difference between neighbors. Update LODs. Currently picks each chunk independently by distance. A log 0 chunk can be next to a log 3 chunk. You'd clamp each chunk's LOD so it's within +1 of all 4 neighbors. A 2-pass smoothing loop. This is what forces the gradient you see in Unreal Terrain, and it makes fan tri-image handle the remaining. We're not enforcing the 1 LOD difference between chunks already. That's kind of confusing. I don't know why it wouldn't be doing that in the first place. Delete skirts. Once stitching is watertight, I love how they use the term watertight for terrain chunk stitching. The skirt geometry plus skirt depth can go along with the alpha flag shadow skip pack in the shader. Optional polish and geomorphing. Unreal's extra step. Morph vertices between LOD positions as distance crosses the threshold, so pop in vanishes. Requires a morph weight push constant plus 2 heights per vertex in the vertex format. Skip for V1. Come back later. Is it really going to be that noticeable? I feel it's already going to look just instantly better than the skirting. Performance trade-off. Wins. 500 triangles chunk eliminated from skirts across 81 active chunks. That's 40,000 fewer triangles per frame. At today's numbers, terrain 4% GPU. We're talking 0.3% frame time recovered, small but real. Z fighting and texture stretching on skirt faces gone. Free quality wins. Shadow pass sheds skirt geometry too. Cost, slight CPU bump in mesh regen, 4 edges plus up to 64 vertices per interpolated from neighbors. Runs on LOD change only, not per frame. Measured today, rebuild dirty meshes is 0.05 milliseconds. Expect plus 10 to 20%, so 0.06 milliseconds. More high LOD chunks visible due to 1 LOD max diff rule. Worst case, an extra ring of LOD 0 chunks around the camera. Rough estimate, 15 to 25% terrain vertices in the visible set. At 4% GPU today, that's plus 0.61% GPU, the only real cost. Complexity cost, 100 lights, scarcity. Worth doing. The visual wins. No skirts bleeding through. No LOD pop-in at edges are visible. The code already has scaffolding. GPU cost is less than 1%. I'd keep geomorphing on the backlog and ship stitching plus LOD smoothing as a single change. Say the word and I'll start enforcing the one LOD max difference. Saves first step pilot in the boundary. Interpolation in the lead skirt code. Word. Boundary interpolation. Delete skirt code. Back. It's back. What's up, Boom? Oh, that's the Boom Cat, but it's split into different emotes. I hadn't seen that one before. Chilling. We've only got Mystical Celis hanging out here. He's working on a video game. We've got like 6 people lurking on Twitch, or not Twitch, X again on Twitter. It says there's 11 viewers total right now. It's kind of cool. I feel like it's all like AI. Like it's a bunch of Grok bots feeding Elon's freaking AI with video footage of anyone streaming on the platform. Is that your cat is eating a sandwich? Is that what that's supposed to be? A cat and then a sandwich and then the stars? It's like the crunching. I don't know. Yeah. What'd you do? Eat food? Is that it? You ate? Word. I need to make more food. In fact, I'm gonna go turn my oven on right now. Can't skip a meal. Back to your jail cell in animation. All right then. I pushed. I pushed all the videos on the website, and I'm doing merch stuff, and we're making the environment art better on the engine. Switching over to stitching for the terrain chunks, which is what Unreal does. We're going over the Unreal tech for terrain chunks. Whereas Unity and Godot do skirting, which is what I had, but it looks pretty terrible. It looks like trash when you're at a distance. Like you can still see a gap between the terrain chunks. So I'm trying to get Claude to do the Unreal stitching thing right now. We'll see how that looks. That's it. I'll be here for like 3 more hours. Providing background. I'm gonna turn my oven on. Straight back. Something looks like super wrong. Frame rate seems terrible too. So it did the terrain stitching, I thought. What did it tell me it just did? Did it randomize the pitch on the trees and the yaw? Trees are way too big. It needs to cut the density in half. Oh, there's no collision on the trees either. That's fun. That'll be a fun one to figure out. I kind of want to draw my own bark texture on the, like, use this model for the trees and just draw my own bark that doesn't look like a kid with crowns made it. Because the rest of the foliage looks pretty good. Just those tree textures are terrible. Alright, we have to finish the socks today. So I just deployed the videos to the website. Let's double check. Nope. Okay, there's that video. Okay, yeah. Money Cats Live. I'm gonna check what these videos look like on my phone real quick. Let's see what this looks like on the phone. All right.
need to let you go.
Cool. All right, the website looks good on mobile for the different areas. Still have some other stuff I gotta fix though. Mobile, it's not great. Nice. Oh my god, where did all these Discord messages just come from?
Critical error detected. Critical error detected.
Dude, this looks so much better. Yo, what's up, dude? Good. We're making some improvements to the how the environment looks in the engine. The website has videos now for every background, except for 2 of them. But like, this is the money room. It has like looping videos for the background everywhere. Thanks, man. Oh, what about you? What are you doing, dude? So you're making music? And then we gotta finish designing the socks today. They're gonna go on the store. The science room turned out pretty cool. What genre are you making, dude? Yeah, this is animated too now. The main city. Hexalith. This globe like comes forward and then goes back. I had to get some chicken out of the oven. I'll be right back. I've been making boom bap beats, so I'm gonna try rapping on those. Nice, dude. Do you rap a lot? I'm terrible at rapping. I tried before. I've tried a few times. Been rapping and producing since 2007. Actually, I'm not the best, but I love what I do, and all my old music isn't on the internet anymore, so I get a chance to make another debut album. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can always reboot your projects and do a new one. That's cool, man. Yeah, a bunch of my friends from back home can rap. I could never rap, but I was always the supplier of the beats. Either something I made or finding some really good ones on YouTube, and I just enjoyed watching my friends rap because they're so good at it. At freestyling, specifically. Oh. Alright, so I asked it to cut the tree density in half. It looks like we lost a bunch of frames when I increased the scale of the trees. And then now we also did terrain stitching between the terrain chunks. Let's check the frame rate. Oh yeah, why are we down to 40 FPS, dude? That's not good. You. Dude, why are we down to 40 FPS? Hello? Oh yeah, it doesn't look good. What the hell? Whoa! We lost 300 FPS. There's no way the terrain stitching should have tanked the FPS that hard. There's something wrong about the way it implemented it. I tried the whole Suno AI music thing for like a year, but I just didn't like it, which is why I'm making beats again, and the world looks amazing for how far you got, though, bro. I give you props. Thanks, dude. I've just made a bunch of worlds in Unreal. Like, I have like 5 different Unreal maps that I've made where I sculpted the terrain, I imported a height map, I used like a external tool for making the height map, imported it, just picked the terrain textures, colored it, put a bunch of grass in and plants and foliage and tree. I've just done that process like in 4 different projects, and each one is a different color palette, like pink and purple and blue and turquoise and all this stuff. All this Nuldrums type stuff, so I know exactly the direction that it needs to go. You know what I mean? I can identify what's missing that's making the environment look bad. I'm not as good as the guy that did the environments for Eldegard though, for the work game. Those guys were crazy. They're like actual professionals. They notice way more little bits of details and stuff. But I can get close. I can get pretty close. But yeah, dude, Suno's terrible. It's fun, but I can spot a Suno song from a mile away, like on YouTube when there's like a mix. There's no artist names for the tracks. And I listen, and I also have professional studio grade monitor speakers. They're not barefoots, but I at least have Yamaha HS8s. And On my HS8s, like Suno music sounds like trash. I can hear the low quality texture in the high end and stuff. All the like phasing and like aliasing that's going on. So it's just not clean and it makes stuff that sounds the same for each genre, you know. So if you ask Suno to give you a boom bap beat, and no matter how articulate you get with your prompting and how many words you add to just the phrase boom bap beat on Suno, they all end up like maybe 1 out of 20 or 30 sounds like a little bit original and different, and then the rest all you're just like, oh, this is Suno version 5's version of boom bap for the 20th time. You know what I mean? And also okay, our frames are back. Our frames are back. It did something weird then. We're capped because of the setting I put on here. Let's raise the cap to 600. Okay, we're back up to 300. Still, 300 in editor's not the best. So we lost some frames. Without a doubt. We're at 300 in game. We still lost some frames though. I was like sitting at like 330, 340. Yeah, I don't like seeing the number 2 frame rate. It needs to be at least 300. Turns all the fun of music making a 30-second process to kill the joy. That's how a lot of programmers feel right now about Claude code finally being at the same level of press the button, print the code. We're all lamenting that the problem with programming is that it's not that creative. It has a goal. The thing works or it doesn't. And the way you get there doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, I don't know. Did you just use a Suno song verbatim, or did you split the stems out and chop the stems up and stuff? Because, like, I noticed it does some really terrible structure stuff. Like, some of the songs, it'll be like, it'll drop, like how this guy's song just dropped, and then it'll just, like, cut itself short and cut itself off and just, like, interrupt the drop, like, constantly. It's kind of jarring. It's not great. Did a lot with Suno. Use your voice on songs. Tried the stems thing too. They just aren't as good. Yeah, the quality's terrible. That's what I was saying. Like, do you have good studio monitors instead of like for speakers? If you have some studio monitors, you can hear Suno songs. They just sound terrible. These are the ones I got. Wow, they're still the same price. That's kind of surprising. I bought them like 7 years ago. So good though. Like the best bang for your buck. I'll be right back. I'd eat some chicken. This might get me copyright struck. It's an Evanescence sample. Skip that song. Anything that came out on like a real music label in the 90s and the 2000s. Instant copyright strike. Alright, I'm done eating dinner. Let's get the socks 100% done tonight and see if we can get the branded merchandise emails working. You're off? All right, man. Hope you made some good progress in your game. It keeps telling me there's some stuff that the engine's doing every frame for all 81 terrain chunks on the entire continent. And I'm like, why are we doing that at all? There's only 9 chunks. There's the one you're standing on, and then there's a ring of chunks around you, and that's all you see. And everything beyond that is a super, super low poly version of the terrain for the far distance. It's silly. Shouldn't be doing anything every frame for all 81 chunks. It's ridiculous. So I keep having to catch it and point it out to it, and now I'm like, all right, do some research and figure out what other instances you're looping through 81 chunks instead of 9. Maybe we'll get some more perf wins. Yeah, let's 100% the socks tonight, and then let's get branded emails sent rather than generic Stripe and Printify emails when you buy merch. Let's see if we can figure that out. This cat is sleepy. Is this a microsecond? 1 millionth of a second is a microsecond. It's 0.000. Okay. Oh, a nanosecond's smaller than a microsecond. 1 billionth of a second. Okay, there's 1,000 nanoseconds in 1 microsecond, and I'm guessing there's 1,000 microseconds in 1 millisecond. Yes. So that means there is 100,000 nanoseconds in 1 millisecond. Okay. There's a million. There's a million nanoseconds in 1 millisecond. Weird. I've only had to think about milliseconds before, but trying to focus on per frame and get it up to some crazy number, you have to start thinking about microseconds and nanoseconds, maybe microseconds. So 1 microsecond each for these null scans is nothing. Alright. Handful matter. Every frame chunk grid iterations. Needs all 81 draws. Par chunks at LOD3 still rendered. Draw all grass. Per chunk frustum plus distance call. Distance gated. Skips for chunks. Check. I love these little checks it gives me. Draw foliage layer X in. Iterates 81 chunks and 4 layers per frame. 324 iterations every frame, no early exit. Was that 81 times 4? Yeah. Okay, so there we go. I just got it to catch one thing. It's doing foliage draw checks for every single terrain chunk, but there's only 9 of them around you that are gonna have foliage on them at all. So that's stupid. Tree drawing per chunk frustum plus 400 meter distance coal. Already coal. Draw all water is now per chunk water meshes, now short-circuited when non-painted, which I had to ask it to do. I was like, why is the ocean being referred to at all if I'm not standing near the ocean? Has any water. Checks 81 slots for non-null. Could cache counter. Yeah, please do that. Update LOD, smooth LODs, LOD computation. Just fixed with grid lookup. Yep, we just did that. Load nearby chunks, scan from his account. Runs every frame, cheaper slot. Update activation, instantiated, activate time. Rebuild dirty meshes, only regen on dirty flag. 81 iterations, 99% plus, no ops. Okay, so there's only 2. Has any water, mainly the foliage layer. Wasted iteration count per frame. Could either merge into a single pass, resort loaded chunks, so it iterates loaded count 30 to 50, not 81. All right, I'll be right back. All right, stream. We're going to keep working for about 2 hours till 1 a.m. Pacific time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I think right now most of our viewers are over on X, Kick, and YouTube. I think I might actually do a new tree texture here. It's weird. So ChatGPT can generate images, but not Claude? Huh. Alright, let's finish the socks. Yo, what up? Word, dude. I'm trying to figure out how these socks work. Their templates are confusing me. Like, this one's messed up, but this one isn't. I think I'm finally starting to understand it, though. What they were calling back and left and right was confusing me. So, yeah, okay, so I actually didn't need to offset the diamonds like that. So which one's right then? So the diamond needed to be offset on one of these. So it looks correct on the left leg, but it looks wrong on the right leg according to this picture. So that means it looks wrong on the right leg. Okay, so this one's the right template. We've got 2 at the top and 1 at the bottom. So I got this mixed up. So let me pull this one in. What? Scaling looks different. Am I dreaming? Okay, now they match. Now I gotta rename everything in Photoshop now that I figured this out. I had a thought just now. You should make figures for your world that you're building down the line, of course. Just thought it'd be cool with all the characters you have. You mean like action figures? Like figurines? The little collectible figurines? I was planning on that. So the whole merchandise, if that's what you're talking about. So the merchandise plan with Claude started with this prompt. I knew I made shirts like 10 years ago at the first trade show ever where I showed my first indie game. But we only made like 5 t-shirts. So I knew for a long time I wanted to make more stuff. So here's the prompt that started finally bringing the merch dream to life. Yeah, like figurine. Yeah, I asked it. I want to sell merchandise for my company, Nuldrums. Oh, did you get hit with an ad? Yeah. That's why I watched the stream on my upper monitor. The ads always show up when somebody wants an explanation of something. Okay, so this is the under part on the foot. This is the underneath the foot, and this is actually the back of your leg. So the back of your leg needs to line up with, it needs to be offset from this, which actually it looks like it kind of is. Yeah, it is offset. I don't know how that happened. Oh, cool. All right, so that part's working. Do we want his face to be cut off by the heel? I kind of hate the colored heels in general in the socks. I want to go back to their catalog. I don't like these black heels on the socks. It's so stupid looking. None of my cool socks look like that. Like they're cohesive. What the fuck, man? Hello? Why are they not fixed? Why is this preview still messed up? Get me out. I feel like the preview didn't update. Like I need to just delete this whole thing. And then I need to delete this whole thing and like remake it because I feel like these preview images are not updated correctly. Like, why is this inside leg messed up and this one's fine and they're using identical image? I think this image is just messed up. I think this preview is fucked up. I don't trust it. Or is the inside of the leg just messed up on all of them? What? What is this? That looks right. How about this? This looks right. I feel like their preview thing is just messed up. With this one particular picture. And I'm not gonna know. That looks good. That looks awesome. It might just be the preview. The socks themselves might look different. Printful hats were like that for me. Yeah. I was stoked on how this shirt actually turned out the way it was supposed to. Yeah, so what you were saying, we could do a little fun investigation into that tonight. So I said, I want to sell merchandise for my company, Nuldrums. We need shirts with colorful graphics, 3D printed figurines. I just said 3D printed because I thought that's what you would do. That's cheaper, but it's actually more expensive, is what it told me. Some cool jewelry like necklaces and some sunglasses and hats. What are some ways I can set this up and what tools and companies I can use so that I don't have to warehouse any of it myself and it's just drop shipped straight from the manufacturer to customer on demand. So it told me, gave me Printful and Printify, gave me 3D printed figurines. So it said this one is the trickiest category for true drop ship. Options. Shapeways is the classic here. They're an on-demand 3D printing marketplace fulfillment service. You upload your models, set a price, they print and ship. They support a range of materials, resin, nylon, metal. The catch is per unit cost is high compared to injection molding, so margins can be tight. So, yeah, it explained some more to me about injection molding. I asked some more about it. It said, does injection molding for figurines typically require MOQ, minimum order requirement? Also, how does ShipBob work? So it sounds like the MOQ stuff. Basically, the margins are really thin if we're doing small orders, and it's 3D printed figurines straight to somebody's door. Right? So figurines only become a viable merchandise item when we can afford to make a injection mold. And it said the mold can be anywhere between $1,500 to $10,000 depending on the complexity, the number of parts. And it also said that I pretty much have to order when I make the injection molding for already forking out $1,500 to $10,000. That then I have to do a minimum order of like 500 to 1,000 units per run, and then I'm also gonna have to warehouse those units with like a third-party logistics provider. In this case, ShipBob is what they recommended. So I'd have to set up third-party logistics and invest upfront like $10,000 into a mold plus 500 figurines. So figurines aren't really that. We can do this Shapeways thing. Let's go check out Shapeways. So we can at least check this out. I haven't looked at it yet. Wait, Shapeways. We are turnkey manufacturer for design, prototype production, and lifecycle support. Bro, I just want 3D printing. Admin at Snowy Globes. Hand painted and detailed. This is 2 years ago. Did you end up using their service? No, I forgot. LOL. Are you still in business? Can't find your website. Maybe some... Oh. I mean, they're mentioning Shapeways. Shapeways just seems like... so much, dude. Shapeways... Whoa. Full color nylon. Bigger. Say it's like 6 inches tall. This is what I want the answer to right now. How much would it cost to print a 3D figurine in full color? I just want that answer. Shapeways out of business. R3D printing was heavily reliant on them. It was the only service that made full color, not just solid color, but multiple colors in one print. Some nice metal prints from them. Dude, I can't find a single quote. Okay, so they're saying Shapeways. I don't believe how they're out of they're out of business though. Their website's still up. Maybe they got acquired or something weird. It's so strange, dude. Why can't anybody give me a straight answer? There's gotta be, dude. Irvine had like freaking Andorils here, and like real like industry shit. Like, this is just normal ass printing, dude. This doesn't make any sense. Prints. Use 3D printing to help with funeral printing. What the Why is this so hard to find somebody to print that makes sense to the world itself is immersion of? Figurines would cost a lot of money now that you mention it. Yeah. It looks like it, but like, dude. Dude. Oh my god. The Los Angeles Public Library has 3D printing. West LA 3D printing. West Los Angeles 3D printing can print virtually everything from custom parts, prototype pieces for patent submissions. Okay, where's some stuff that they made? Three-inch tall tiki print painted. So hard. I don't know how to. I'm not going to go to the Los Angeles Public Library just to figure out how to use a 3D printer. Dude. Where can I order a 3D printed figurine that's full color? Snapfig. What the hell is this? Hey, straight from Shenzhen. There we go. Snapfig. Oh, this is a very cutesy website. Custom 3D figurine from any photo? Oh, god damn it. This is some, like, Etsy level, like, Instagram Christmas present type thing. Two people together. Two people. And it's always the same chibi style. Choose your style. Chibi, Pixar, or Minecraft. Okay. Great. Fucking Jesus. Oh, this is the same thing. You have to give them a real life photograph and then they make like a Pixar chibi style of you. Dude, why is this so hard? Why is there nothing like I think I have to do Shapeways. I just can't believe, dude, that there's like Dinsmore, Matter Hackers, Purple Porcupine. Below is a list of local affinity groups and online service providers. These links. Yeah, it says, I think Shapeways is still in business. There's a 3D printing club at University UCI. Hello? I guess Shapeways still exists. I just need to do a quote. Just like don't get it, dude. Why can't I like find a straight answer? What does the AI overview say? A 6-inch 3D printed nylon figurine on Shapeways typically costs between $20 and $60 depending on the volume, the density of the model, as they price based on material usage, $1.50 per cubic centimeter, rather than just size. A solid 6-inch figure will be significantly more expensive than a hollow one. Material nylon, often labeled versatile plastic or SLS nylon. Cost drivers, volume per centimeter cubed. Similar SLS centimeter chain, like Jaws Tech or Craft Cloud. Hollowing saves money. To minimize costs, ensure the 6-inch model is hollowed out, as Shapeways charges by the volume material, not the bounding box size. Interesting. Raw nylon is slightly rough, polished, or dyed options increase the price. Shapeways charges a flat shipping fee of $9.99. Oh, here we go. Model platform community things market. Okay, so they shut down Shapeways marketplace, but they as a business are not fully shut down. Okay, so Shapeways still exists. So we're going to do Shapeways for the first... I don't know what we're going to do for the first figurine. Obviously, it could just be like Noli's head, but then he needs to be on like a stand or something. But it sounds like it'll be like $30 to get the first test. And if I want to sell it for any kind of profit margin... It's gonna be like $50 for anything. Ugh. Okay, so back to the socks because we have to finish this today. I think their preview's just messed up because I look at it's that one preview. Like everything else, they look fine. Like this one's kind of encouraging. This one shows on the inside of the leg, it's just blank. Ugh. I'm tired now. This one shows he's actually not getting cut off at all here, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I thought he was going to get cut off here. So it looks like what I actually want. On the back one, I want to max this out, actually, is what we should be doing. All right, let me go double check the offerings for the socks on the website. It's annoying, dude. There's not a single pair of socks that doesn't have these like black heels and black toes. I don't get what's up with that. Seasoned veteran, what's up, dude? Not much, man. We're making socks. And on my website, I made all the static image backgrounds into video loops. This. Yo, Noobster, what is up, dude? Yeah, go check it out. There's like little Easter eggs. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. I've been dreaming of this website for so long. Did that post in Twitch or did it only post in YouTube? The heck? No, I posted in Twitch. What website? I just linked it just there. Did that post in Twitch? It did post in Twitch. Yeah, nuldrums.world. There's this zone, technology towers. There's all these like little toys and informative stuff. Oh, what is it? El Caro, what's up? Where'd you? That's so weird. I thought tonight was gonna end with like literally 0 people in the stream. Everyone just peaced out. Now you, like 3 of you guys just showed up at once. What's up? I'm curious. Are y'all on? Are you guys all on EU time zone? I'm trying to figure out a streaming schedule right now. You're in Colorado? Okay. Yeah, I guess I just gotta stick to my schedule. Yeah, I set a schedule for this week, and I'm gonna stick to it now for the next couple months. Be cool. Well, since you guys all shut up, yeah, check out the website if you want to go poke around. This is only the beginning. Like, this website's gonna get... I think, in my opinion, the website's only halfway done right now in terms of content. So... I just figured out a problem to my web app, and I'm not gonna lie, it took me like 3 weeks to get through it. Really? Whoa. What was your web app you were building again? I can't remember. Oh, I think you just said it's gonna be useful is all you told me, but it wasn't done yet. I don't think you told me what it actually was. The clouds are really good. Thanks, man. It's 10 a.m. here. You're in the Middle East. Oh, wow, dude. I'm curious, El Quaro, what's the load times like on my website for you? It's on Cloudflare. I feel like they've got to have some servers close to the Middle East. You like timeout? You want to finish prize view and go on an MS? Yeah, that's fair, dude. I've been talking about my website and it's usable, but I haven't officially told anybody that it's like launched. You know what I mean? To me, it's still halfway done. Oh, we're getting hit with the ads. Getting hit with the ads. I was waiting for the ads. All right, we're back. So you got through it eventually. Used every LLM and agent to try to figure it out, and all of them failed. None of them knew how to figure out a solution. Interesting. I wonder what it was. All I can say is, because I think you said you were not a programmer first by trade, right? Like you're new to programming and you're just now using agents to do a lot of this stuff. Over time, you'll probably, like, I actually don't know how this will work now with people that are coming into vibe coding and that's their introduction to programming. But at the core, you're just problem solving. And it sounds like you figured it out, but it took 3 weeks. But there's a lot of techniques to basically like, I don't know, somebody that's an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I'm a programmer, but I'm not like a deep programmer like an engineer is, but I have been programming my entire life. And because of that, I'm able to tell, like, I can picture how to give the AI the tools to debug really difficult things. And it sounds like you probably figured it out in time, if you figured it out after 3 weeks. And maybe the next time you have a problem that difficult, you've got like a technique or something now for how to solve a really difficult problem with the AI. Because you can't just tell it to fix it. You can't just keep telling it to fix it. If you tell the AI to fix something and you're just like, hey, I have this problem, like fix it, and you tell it that and it tries 2 times and especially 3 times and it doesn't fix it, then you have to completely change the way that it goes about fixing it. You know what I mean? You have to try a completely different approach. So some things I do is I tell it write logs. So I don't know if you've done how to do that, but like on the website, so the website, all the navigation is a state machine. So like I told it, because it was getting tripped up on like, oh, if I'm in this menu and I go to that menu, then this weird edge case is happening in this order and blah, blah, blah. And I had to tell him like, no, like, I'm like, how is this thing structured? And it's like, oh, it's a giant if-else statement. I'm like, that's stupid. That's not how I would program this navigation system on the website. I would program it like a state machine, like an animation graph in a game engine, you know? I think finding people to go on your project depends on if it's useful or not. I'm a synthesizer specialized system architecture for SaaS. I would describe me accurately right. The way I solved it was isolate the problem so it even work for us. Okay, so if you're already doing system architecture for SaaS, then you're good. I'm surprised that you're saying it took 3 weeks for it to solve it. I'm surprised. Then you understand how to basically decompose a problem into smaller pieces, which is what you're describing. Once that figured out worked, I figured out how to engineer the working module into the existing. Yeah, so it sounds like you did it. You did the right thing. So if you've already done SaaS stuff, then like you know how to do it. Never mind then. But other people that are brand new to programming, I feel like they're not getting as much mileage out of AI because you still need that underlying skill set of doing exactly what you're saying, which is understanding how to take a more complicated problem and then put it into smaller pieces that the AI can understand, because you also have to be thinking about context windows, and how much information can it handle at once with the context window sizes and stuff. So I was trying to make it work in its current state, which was wrong. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you had to change the architecture like entirely or something in some way. People are using AI need to understand how frameworks work. Yeah. And also just how to, and understand that it can't solve like a really big problem with very little direction. The more specific you can get with the direction and the smaller the problem that you can give it with more specificity, the more effective it is. You know what I mean? But if you give it a really big task and you're really vague and you just say, "Hey, fix this," you're gonna people like I have a friend that is not a programmer. He's a video editor, and he was trying to make an app, and I explained to him how to like give the AI the tools to solve the problem in a more incremental way. And he went from like, he said he exhausted his entire 5-hour session tokens trying to fix this one problem, and it didn't do it. And then I told him how he needed to break it down, And then he solved it with only 20% of his session usage on the next try. So yeah, it sounds like you know what you're doing for sure, though. You're already a SaaS expert. First thing I did was plan everything out using a framework and break it down into modules. Interesting. Like microservices, microarchitecture. Playing is the hardest part of design, doesn't matter what it is. Yep. Yeah, for the web stuff, what I would say is, you know, I tell it all the time. I'm sure you're doing this. This for anybody else that's watching. For the web stuff with the AI, I use the console log constantly. Like when it gets stuck and I keep having the bug and it can't fix it and it's tried twice, I'm like, all right, add a bunch of detailed stuff to the console logging, okay, to figure this out. And then it's like, all right, and then it adds all the debugging, and then I go through and do the thing, and I screenshot or copy paste the the console debug logs, and I just keep feeding it, and it fixes anything for web stuff when you can just use the console output as a feedback loop. Actually learned designing and planning large and elaborate things from writing sagas. Okay. They say if you become an expert in one thing, if you drill down and go really deep on just any one subject, somehow that reaching that level of attention to detail and understanding a bunch of small things working together for a bigger system as a whole, it sets you up for adaptability to learn many other things. And that's why there's so many people that are like some of the top like actors in the world, and then they spin off all these successful businesses, or top athletes that then spin off all these like side businesses and stuff that they go really ham on, and you know, try to figure out how to increase agent discoverability. What do you mean by that? Curious. Woolman and care about each area, plot structure, and many other things. Yeah, lots of details that have to all work together for a big thing. Like SEO for agents. How do you make your product more discoverable for an agent? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that's an interesting topic in general. How has the landscape of SEO transformed with agents doing all the web searching and the web scraping and stuff? It's pretty interesting. I can tell you one thing, Noobster, that I've thought about that I purposely did on this website is when I set up my Cloudflare CDN or whatever for the website. Cloudflare has an option for blocking bots and scrapers and stuff from accessing your website. So I guess there's some new format now. It's called like robots.txt or something. And it's a file that sits on your server and on Cloudflare, and somehow it is a rule set that blocks known AI scraper IP addresses and stuff. And they're constantly updating their list, right? To block your website from being able to be scraped by OpenAI or Anthropic or whoever, right? But I purposefully did not block the bots. You know what I mean? So all the Nuldrums stuff, all the text on here, all the lore that I wrote myself, right over here, like I wrote all the lore here and whatever. I want all of this to be scraped so that like Chat GPT 6 or whatever possibly has this information about what the Nuldrums is as a place, and like all this stuff and the creatures and the lore of it in the weights of whatever models come out from now on. You know what I mean? So that's all the thought I've given so far, Noobster, to the topic of SEO in the AI age. Is I think you want to make sure that the scrapers can scrape your website and are not blocked. Because that means your website some of it could potentially actually be baked into the weights for the models, which makes it more likely to find your website than if it's just doing a web search, right? So that's my thinking on that topic. Do we really good? Just make things using AI that help to solve problems that humanity faces, and you'll be ahead of the majority of people. I believe in you. You were working on that video editor for Twitch, right? Who, me? Yeah, I made a stream clipper. If you're talking about me, I don't know if you're talking about Noobster or something. Yeah, I totally agreed. I've been reading about other files you add similar to robots.txt or sitemap files. Word. Well, let me know what you find, man. If there's something I can do to improve agent SEO discoverability on this website, I would totally implement it. But that's the only thing I know about so far is my robots.txt through my Cloudflare is purposefully saying like, hey, all the lore and everything I did on this website is wide open to be baked into the weights of all future models. I don't care. My friend showed me this. Have you guys seen Lighthouse? Hang on. This is also for SEO. This is a browser, a Chrome extension that rates your website in metrics in terms of performance, and SEO is one of them too. My friend that's a professional web dev his whole career uses this. So it rates your performance, your accessibility, best practices in SEO. Mine was terrible. I got like a 75 on my score the first time I ran this when he told me about it last weekend. And I worked with Claude to improve a lot. My SEO was like, it was like a 70. Document doesn't have a title element. Okay, I'm missing title elements on some of my sub pages, I guess. So I'll have to fix that. Yeah. Lighthouse is really cool if you're concerned about performance or SEO on your site. You got to get back to my project. Just want to come out and see what's new. Oh, man. Keep it up. My company takes off to be a place for you. Okay. If I work for anybody else, I appreciate that. If I work for anybody else right now, it's going to be my career, which is senior technical game designer is my job title. I want to go work on the Riot MMO. But maybe, man, I don't know. I'm open to all kinds of jobs sometimes. I worked for a few startups that were not even video game companies before. But I'd be curious to hear about what your app ends up being. Curiosity. Oh, Dean. Sorry, I missed your message. Am I still working on Legacy? Wait, one player? Nope, it's canceled. Sunset. It's gone. We announced that it was having to be, it'd have to be shut down at the beginning of February, or it was the beginning? Yeah, first or second week of February. And then it fully shut down the end of March. I don't even know how there's one player playing, man. Because you can't even log in. Like, that means they're just staring at the login screen, crying that it doesn't exist anymore. So, my last paycheck was the end of February, and the whole company's gone. That's it. The engineers might, as a hobby in their free time, figure out how to make the game playable in a single player mode, or like an offline, like, player hosted way instead of having dedicated servers. But there's no guarantee. So that's what's going on with Legacy. It is gonzo. All right, guys. I am trying to finish designing some socks, but they're turning out to be very painful. I have functioning merchandise now, by the way. Oh, let's try to fix this maybe tonight. I'm only here for another hour. By the way, we're here for one more hour till like 1 a.m. and then go sleep. I see. What do you think was the key problem here of the game that didn't make it live? Shortly after we announced the shutdown, I went on I streamed. There was like 40 people here that were players, wanting to know what was going on. And we chatted for a few hours about it. I think, I don't know, it's really hard, right? You can, I'll preface this with saying, like, it would not have turned out any other way. Like, the decisions that were made with, like, the way that the company was structured and the information that we had at each step of the way and everything. So it's like, even though we can sit here and say, like, I think, you know, some more of the budget could have gone towards marketing and been allocated for marketing. There was a heavy reliance on, like, friendships with streamers to, like, carry all the weight of the marketing instead of putting a bunch of money into marketing like you would traditionally do if you didn't have that safety net of, like, streamer support. But I preface this with saying, all right, there's a caveat, which is we can sit here and easily say now, oh yeah, we should have shifted more of the budget to marketing instead of building the game. But the problem with that is you'd have to sacrifice some kind of major feature of the game for that to have happened. So, you know, something like Morthog's Lair or the Paladin might not even exist at all today. We'd put more money into traditional marketing. And the Paladin and Morthog's Lair were a big hit. People loved them. They liked both of them a lot. So, and the Paladin brought a bunch of people back and helped boost the player count a lot, equally as much as probably marketing would have. Because there were so many people that quit playing, and they were like, I'm not coming back unless there's the Paladin class. There's no point in me coming back for a new season unless there's a Paladin, or another class. That's the thing that really would bring people back every other season. So yeah. So I don't know. You could say that more money should have gone into marketing, but then you can also argue, well, then we wouldn't have even had the Paladin or something, and that would have made the same impact as the marketing. So it's hard to say. Weird to me how the launch video trailer didn't get you guys more players, like 100K viewers or more. That's the reality, dude. Games are the whole game industry is completely fucked. Like, we're all toast. It's totally messed up, dude. 100,000, and not only that, Andre and Boney Wow, he made a video too about the release of the game. His video on his YouTube channel, and he has like 80,000, 85,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. His video got 100,000 views and a bunch of comments saying like, oh, I want to try this, dude. That's awesome. The game you worked on is finally out. And it makes you realize, like, it means nothing. It means almost nothing. You need like millions of views on YouTube to have like a fighting chance. At all. It's terrible. He's some WoW guy? Yeah, he is. Yeah, his YouTube video also got 100,000 views. And all that does not turn into enough money to pay 20 developers that live in the United States of America to work on a game for full time for a year. And pay for Amazon web servers to run. It's crazy, man. Like, right now, the game industry is in a state where I kind of predicted this. Like, I predicted this a couple of years ago, like 7-8 years ago. I saw what happened with electronic music, and I was like, the same thing's going to happen to video games. As the tools make it easier for smaller teams to do more, we've hit a saturation point where everybody only has so much attention and time, and there's more games that are high quality that are coming out every year than there is time that people have to play them. And so what's going to happen is we're in the process of this. Right now, we're just in the middle of this timeline. In my mind, I realized 7-8 years ago, I was like 20 years from now, and this is before AI. This is when I just saw Unreal 5 coming out. I'm like 20 years from now, working on video games full-time is going to be like trying to be a full-time professional guitarist or singer is right now today. Right, like, how many people do you know that play guitar? And how many people play guitar that, like, get to be in, like, a band that they're touring with all the time? And even then, there's a whole bunch of people that play guitar really well, but they're like a fill-in person for a bunch of bands, and they're just doing gig stuff every couple years, and their life is never stable, you know? That's the fate of making video games as a profession. It's just going to take a little bit longer because there's still a really high ceiling for games like GTA 6 or something, or Overwatch, or Marvel Rivals, for any of those games to function and release and just run day to day. Like, those still take a couple hundred people. So it's gonna be a while before everything completely collapses to the point where the majority of people that work in games are just going to be in like 5-man teams, and they're going to be like, well, I'm on this 5-man team, 5 to 10-man team for 2 years, and the game didn't go viral and it failed, and going to the next team for 2 years, going to the next team for 2 years. That's basically what I've already been going through, and I think increasingly that's what everybody's going to, more and more people in the industry be like that. And then the people that get to like have a stable AAA job that makes enough money to actually like own a house and have a family and shit, and like a real career type of job, that population is just going to keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking as time goes on. So I think that's the reality. And it's all going to be about you either go viral and you're in the top 1%, or you're in the bottom 99% and you die and you do something else. And it's all about marketing and social media presence and stuff. Like 70 to 80% of it is about social media presence, and only 20% is about the actual game. And that's how like electronic music is and stuff right now. So yeah, video games are increasingly going to be dictated by that. That's my opinion. So far, it seems like we're on the trajectory as a whole with the industry of my prophecies unfortunately becoming true. Gonna be so much slop and saturation, maybe, man. There's gonna be some really good stuff too. I'm making a whole game engine, and I vibe coded this whole thing in 2 weeks, or 10 days, really. What I'm doing today is probably day 11. Like, I'm not even using Unreal anymore. I picked up Claude Code. Yeah, I picked up Claude Code. So, like, this Claude's working on my website. This one's was working on my game launcher. It's crazy, man. I just started this month, like 3 weeks ago. I picked up Claude Code, and I've been hearing the coding tools were all super good. And I'm like, how good are they really? And then I started using it, and I started figuring out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can do everything I've ever dreamed of, which is making an awesome website. Yeah, here's my website if you guys want to check it out. It's finally becoming a reality where, like, my website is like the world that I've been trying to build. Like, you can go here and like explore the world and go to all these POIs and stuff. And then this is the sketch. This is the outline for the MMO that's going to come out in like 2035 or 2040 or something. So it's like I've been finally making my dream like website that's like super immersive. I'm going to be doing sound design for it for a whole month. Oh, we're on ads. Yeah, this is Null Engine. How do you section Claude and Terminal into the 4 different projects? The windows? Hang on. I'll answer your questions in 45 seconds. If anybody's in chat that's stuck in ads right now, they can't hear anything. Ew. What was that? This aliasing looks terrible, dude. I thought the FXAA would take care of this or something. Bunch of work to do. Okay, we're back from the advertisements. We're back from the ads. Yeah, so here's what you do. For I use PowerShell, so this is Claude Code, which only works in like your terminal, you know. And I'm on Windows, so Windows PowerShell, and then you hit Alt, Shift, and then the plus sign next to your backspace key, not the plus sign on your numpad, and that does the vertical split. And you just, you know. Yeah, and then just navigate to your project and then open up Claude. Yeah, dude, so I realized you can build a little game into it. You still have to know like what you're doing a little bit, or a good bit. Like I knew exactly what I wanted. I'm telling it like what the features were from Unity, Unreal, and any other engine that I've used that I really liked. And so I'm making this like hybrid of all my favorite engine features in a one game engine. But most importantly, I decided to make it from scratch because the AI wrote the code base, so the AI is going to understand the code base really well. But also the language that we're using for the engine is Zig instead of C++. So it does like incremental compiling better than Unreal Engine does. Or Godot or something. And Unity, you can't even change the source code. So this engine is built for AI to be able to run it and make changes in it through prompting and add whole features and stuff through prompting. Like the AI really understands this engine and knows how to do stuff. I need to record a video of this tomorrow to show people. Weather's rolling in. Okay. Let's see if we can fix this. It just got so hot in here, dude. All right, guys. I barely got anything done the second half of today. See if we can fix the Twitch player at least. That would make me happy. Actually, let's do 2 Claudes on the website.
I miss you a lot, and I miss hearing your voice. Your voice always thunders me and makes me feel
Thanks. For emails sent from the website from our news updates. So please check that. And actually, let me spin up another. Let's do 3 Claudes on the website at once.
it'll all work out.
Of electronic jazz we are now hearing, which I wrote about a year ago, represents one kind of electronic music. But the range of possibilities is enormous, extending from popular rock and roll settings to the most abstract kind of concert hall music. One of the things that I enjoy most about electronic music is its immediacy. The composer normally waits quite a long time between the time he puts notes on paper and hears his piece performed in a concert hall. But a composer working with electronic music is more like a painter or a sculptor who works directly with his medium. You hear the sounds as they are created.
All right, be right back. We're going to run 3 clods at once to get a bunch of website stuff done that I was supposed to get done today, but I've been moving slow. Hate this bug, dude. I don't know what color to make this. I love this song, dude. Song gets too crazy. It's a little too crazy for me. Alright guys, we are quadruple clotting. I can't do all of it though, but we're trying to go as fast as we can. Seasoned veteran, are you making a game engine for open world games? Is it different than I think Google's where they generate an open world for Internet Explorer? What did you have in mind? Yeah, no, it's more of a traditional game engine. It's not a world model, although those do seem like a lot of fun to make right now. Those seem pretty cool. I did some research into how to make a world model. Unfortunately, what Google did took 130 TPUs to pull off. But the methodology behind how they did it is doable on a smaller scale. It'd just be mushy and kind of crappy. So all the world models take like, you know, millions of dollars of equipment and compute time and power to make one. No, this is a real game engine like Unreal or Unity, but mine is I intentionally wanted only PlayStation 2 quality graphics for my game. So when you want the fidelity of your game to be lower than like like Unreal is good for like photoreal and like super high quality AAA stuff, right? But for anything that's intentionally low poly or lower level like graphics, Unreal is super bloated. It's huge. It takes up like 4 gigabytes of RAM when I'm just sitting idle in the editor, and my engine takes 135 megabytes of RAM when I'm sitting here. Just for an idea of like how bloated Unreal Engine is. So I wanted to make this game that has PlayStation 2 level graphics, except the foliage density in my engine is way better than PlayStation 2 ever had. So I'm pushing it beyond PlayStation 2 a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's basically I'm making my own version of Unity or Unreal. But the key also is I wrote it in Zig, which is a newer programming language than C++. And Zig lets you do incremental changes and have super fast compile times. C++ is really slow in Unreal. You have to wait a lot of times for the whole thing to like recompile. Like the whole project has to recompile if you change some C++, and it takes minutes sitting there. This takes like 20 seconds to recompile. So I built it in a newer programming language than C++. So it's superior to Unreal and Godot and Unity in that sense. Unity, you can't even change the source code. So the compile times are better just because I'm using a newer programming language that's designed for it. And then the other thing is it's built purely by AI, so the AI understands the code, you know? But the important thing too is that as I'm building it with the AI, I'm telling the AI to add commands, to add CLI commands to the engine so that AI can manipulate anything in the engine through prompting. I even have like a built-in prompting window for the editor. So prompting AI to change and manipulate anything and everything in my engine and in the scenes is core, and it's like tightly integrated with the engine code in a way that Unreal and Unity and Godot don't even have right now because they're big and they're slow and they're late to the game. So everybody's using MCP servers with Unreal and Unity right now, but MCP servers are actually just this clunky, cluttered middleman that just chews up a lot of tokens for no reason, sending messages back and forth to legacy software. Where this is like the new generation of software where you're baking CLI commands into every single piece of functionality in the engine with the low-level programming language. You're not even using Python to bridge the commands. You're not using MCP to basically send HTTP calls back and forth to the piece of software, and you're not even using Python like Unreal's having to do to send commands back and forth. You're just straight up using Zig. So that's the other thing. I also am building a new engine because my engine's built with AI in mind first. And everything you see here, I prompted into existence. You know what I mean? I didn't paint any of the grass or the trees or the roads or make the continent. I didn't do any of this. When I make the game, I'm going to have to refine it, you know? And I will do a bunch of stuff by hand. But right now, the AI did literally everything through prompting. Because this engine is designed to be piloted by AI and self-run by AI if it needs to do profiling or if it needs to boot the engine up, check the logs, shut it down, try to fix a bug, boot the engine back up, check the logs, shut it back down. It does that on loop. I have that wrapped in a command /fix where it can just run for 20 minutes and self-start the engine and shut itself down and open itself back up until it fixes things. You know? So, anyways, that was a rant. I'll read the messages right now, but that's the high level of why I built this engine. Is I realized that the modern game engines are not caught up yet to what's possible if you build a brand new engine from scratch that is designed for AI to use, and less for people to use first. Anyways, so that's it. I gotcha. So what's the goal? Do you plan to try and monetize it? No. I'm only using this to make my own game that is a sequel to another game I made during COVID called Puppet Masters. So I made this game during COVID. And this was on a UGC platform, which is similar like Roblox. They were called Core. I got like a grant for this, and they did a marketing thing, and Kriparian played it, and Lazy Peon did an ad for it, and Asmongold saw the ad on his stream and stuff. They paid a bunch of Russian streamers to play the game and a bunch of other streamers, and like it was cool, but it didn't make enough money for me to live off of forever. So I had to stop working on it and go get a job. But I had big plans for this, and I wanted it to grow beyond the like small map that I had it for it. So I've been wanting to make the sequel to it, but where it's not trapped to a UGC platform. Instead, it's on Steam. For a long time. So now that's what I'm making the engine for. I'm making the engine to make the sequel, the spiritual successor to this game. And I'm selling the game. I'm gonna sell it on my own launcher in my own store first for like a year or two, like early access, and then I'm gonna launch it on Steam probably like 2 or 3 years from now after it has all the content. So the Steam release is going to be delayed. But the early access is going to be available through my launcher for people that really want to play it, Ella J. Towie, what's up? Yeah, this is my game engine. It's kind of like what Blender is trying to do. They allow prompting their app now, I believe. Yeah, exactly. That's cool. This could be big. How easy would it be for Epic Games or any other engine company to implement the same thing? They're doing it right now. Just like how you said Blender's doing it. I heard that right now Unreal is scrambling to try to reorient their... Because there's third-party people out there that are also trying to close this gap. There's an Unreal AI assistant called Aura right now, and it also works for Unity too. So there's this third-party company called Aura Dev or something, and they made a they just got bought by Ramen VR, the people that made it. So this is the Unreal AI agent. I thought it works with Unity too. Yeah, these people, like, they've fine-tuned models like purely off of data that they're feeding it for workflows in Unreal and Unreal source code and all this stuff, and it's like built in as a plugin into Unreal. But again, it's having to communicate back and forth to Unreal with Python, which, maybe not every single piece of the engine is exposed through their Python API. So there's probably some limitations they're running into with Unreal's implementation of the Python API. And I'm sure Unreal is busy trying to expose as much of their engine as they can under the hood to be operable by AI right now. And I think Unity is too, is what I heard. So there is a push. It's just they're moving slow. It's going to take I think it's going to take another year or 2 years before before they catch up to like what I'm doing with my little small nimble engine idea here, with anything that people are building from scratch. That's like, hey, AI exists as a tool now, and we need to make sure you can pretty much do anything you want through prompting instead of being locked into MCP servers and stuff. So yeah, so the big players are doing this right now. We just haven't seen the results of it yet. I've just heard that they're doing it. And I'm sure that Unreal is going to be better integrated with AI in 2 years from now. But it doesn't change the fact that, again, the engines are built in C++, which is archaic at this point. And their implementation for the incremental compiling and stuff, I just still don't think it can beat Zig having that built in at the compiler level. Like, them having to add some hacky crap in C++, I don't think it's going to beat Zig. So that's kind of another thing. Like, they're going to solve the AI problem, but I feel like you need to pair it with a more nimble programming language at the same time to really unlock the potential. And they're not going to change from that ever. So, I don't know. Yeah, the other reason why I don't want to commercialize the engine and be in the engine business or something is because there's a huge book called The Game Engine Architecture that is like the de facto manual for anybody that goes to learn how to make game engines. I've only gotten through the first 100 pages. It's like 1,100 pages. I need to finish reading it, honestly. But the point is that I learned kind of from this book, actually, and just from what I've heard, is in general, if you make an engine for the specific genre of game and art style and stuff that you're aiming for, you're just always going to have a better engine than anything off the shelf. Like, this book has like a chapter, it has a graph where it shows like the more game genres and stuff that your game engine can support, and the more generalized it gets and the less specialized it is, you know, the more bloated it gets and the less performant it is for that one specific genre that it was built for purposely, right? So I think the future is actually going to be, people aren't going to use Unreal and Unity as much. I think Unreal and Unity and Godot are all going to take a big hit. Jack of all, yeah, exactly, dude. I'm trying to make this like razor thin, precision, high performance like tool to make this exact game. So like, are you in ads right now, or do you have turbo? I see the ads running. Ads turbo. Oh, Twitch ads. The ads were running on my Twitch stream. The ads were running, so like I have to stop what I'm saying if I see the ads are running, because then some people can't hear it and stuff. Twitch Turbo just is a monthly subscription to stop the ads from playing on Twitch, but people can bypass the Twitch ads. The accounts are ads. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, anyways, I think we're back now. I don't see any ads anymore. Yeah, exactly. So I'm making a precision tool with as much frame rates and stuff as possible for this specific game that I'm making. And this game that I'm making, it's basically just a 3D platform with turn-based fights. So because the fights are turn-based and it's not like you're not paying anything because you cancel your Netflix. Oh, nice. Just paying for the Claude. Yeah, anyway, so like my game, I don't need ragdoll physics. I don't need destructible physics where things can blow up. I don't need all this expensive physics engine that's very taxing on like the CPU and stuff, right? Where it's simulating a bunch of things like hitting into each other and bumping into each other and causing chain reactions and stuff. So I cut all that, right? I've got bare minimum physics engine in my engine because this game has bare minimum physics. So that's just one example of how, you know, you build the engine for the game and you're going to get so much more juice out of it. It's going to be way more performant, you know, and streamlined. So I think what's going to happen, LMs are for work, so I pay for subscription that potentially earn me. Oh, nice. It's cool. I understand your concept now. Yeah. So that's the reason, and that's why I think in general what's going to start happening is more people are going to do what I'm doing right now in the coming years, and Unreal and Unity are going to lose a bunch of market share because more people are going to like wake up or not wake up, but they already know this. A lot of people do know this, that like when you make an engine and you just streamline it and you cut all the shit out, you don't even bother building the stuff that you don't need because you're making something that's like not a freaking AAA high octane multiplayer networked first person shooter game. You're like not making Arc Raiders, so like you're making something less than that. So like when more people realize they can just vibe code an engine now, I think Unreal and Unity are going to lose a big chunk of market share. And everybody's just going to be doing this. Not everybody, but a lot of devs are going to be doing this now. They're just going to be making their vibe coding a whole engine. And all the preferences you have for like, oh, you know, this tool really annoys me in Unreal because I wish it worked like this or that. Or Unreal, actually, what I like about making my own engine right now is Unreal has a million checkboxes and stuff for all these properties and configurations for things that I don't need and I don't care about, and it just is like a huge amount of clutter. So you also get the opposite. But anyways, so that's my theory. That's my working theory right now. I'm gonna be posting and making YouTube videos in like LinkedIn posts and Twitter threads and stuff explaining the whole build process that went into making this engine like pretty soon. I'm doing a whole write-up and a post for the making of the game launcher this week, and then the week after that I'm going to be posting about the engine. And like I'm sure I'm not the only one doing this right now, Claude Code, but I'll be one more voice out there, one more person posting on Reddit Game Dev, you know, saying like, hey, here's the recipe. If you guys get a Claude Code subscription, you can make a whole game engine in 2 weeks, you know? So I think a lot of people are going to do this. Anyways, it's late. It's like 2 a.m. now. I get ranty. You shut up at the moment. Lumio 8. What you're saying makes sense, but game engines like Unreal will probably not take as much a hit as you think. Obviously, making a game engine tailored to your genre makes sense. It's exactly what Noida did. Yeah. It used to be a big time sink, you know? It used to be a huge barrier, though. But now everybody can do it. Everybody can do it super easily. I think it will take. I think it will take a hit. It's still going to be around, but I think Steam, Unreal, Unity, Adobe, all of these incumbent software companies of this century, the last 20 years, right? Adobe, Unreal, Unity, I don't know. What was the other one I said? All of those, Steam, I think they're going to lose about 50% of their market share that they currently have over a long period of time because of the AI tools. Like, probably it's going to take, I'd say, between 10 and 20 years for this to play out. It's going to be really slow. That's my prediction, is that 10 to 20 years from now, they will lose between 30 and 50% of the current user base that they have right now, because of all the ambitious people making like an open source alternative as a collective on the internet just vibe coding to make viable, higher quality open source alternatives to all the software that those companies offer. And then the people that are power builder, ambitious people that just, you know, do kind of like what I'm doing. They make their own little boutique, you know, video editor, game engine, photo editor, you know, an After Effects like replacement. Like there's gonna be a lot of people that just make their own like whole crazy suite of software for stuff that they do because they just want to, and they're just gonna completely exit out of needing all those pieces of software. But I still think all those companies are still gonna retain at least half or 70% of their current user base over the next 20 years because there's still a lot of people that just don't want to deal with the hassle. You know what I mean? So they're not going to completely just go away and crumble. There's not enough builders in the world proportionally. I don't think. You wouldn't say everyone can do it. Much more accessible, yes, but programmers turn more into systems architectures when using Claude. Vibe coders are not going to make a performant engine by spam prompting Claude. Yeah, because people have a much cheaper option. They don't have a choice but to learn how to use AI in order to keep up unless they're in medicine, arts, athletics, trades. Some already use it because they have to. That's true. Yeah, that's why I know people that are trying to make their own Adobe alternatives right now with just their Claude subscriptions. They're just tired of paying the money to Adobe of like $60 a month or whatever it is. They're like, I'm going to pay for a month of Claude for $200 and make my own video editor. Is what people are doing right now. Or contribute to like an open source one. It's kind of crazy. So we're only at the beginning of it though, and I just see the trend getting. I only know a few like crazy ambitious people, right, that are trying to do that, where they're like, I'm gonna make my own Premiere, I'm gonna make my own game engine, I'm gonna make my own Photoshop. But I think over time the number of people that are doing that is gonna grow because there's gonna be like this crop of like YouTube tutorials that start to spring up in just the next 2 years or over the next 1 or 2 years. That's just like, here's your baking recipe for making a game engine or a video editor with Claude. You know, here's the checklist to go down. Do all these things and do it in this way, and then you'll be able to do it. You know what I mean? That's what I was going to say, Lumi, is I think vibe coders can make a performant engine if, like, I'm going to make a YouTube video about it, and I think, like, literally I can show people in 10 minutes, like, how to do it. One of the big things is, like you said, for performance, I'm going to include in my video, this is what you got to do. You have to build a frame profiler just like Unreal. Anyone who used Unreal and has used the Unreal Insights with the traces and stuff would know that this is a tool that you need to measure your frame rate. So right now we're at almost 400 frames a second in this sitting idle in the editor. This up here shows less because I have it capped because I'm streaming and it would kill the stream if we uncap it. But you see, I click each one of these, and I got this idea from another engine that I used in terms of the layout, right? But it's the same thing as the Unreal Profiler with the tracing. And I can go here and I can drop this down, and it did all these scopes, and it can measure exactly how many milliseconds it's taking and what percentage of the frame draw is being occupied by each one of these tasks. And once you just make a profiler, a basic profiler, which again, anybody who's used an engine and made a game and got to that step in making a game where you're like, hey, now I'm worried about the performance a little bit. How do I improve it? Anyone that's done that has used a tool like this and knows that this is something you need in your toolkit. But once you make this, you just start screenshotting it and sending it to Claude. You know? And you're just like, what can we do to improve this? You know, or you notice like something's missing, like you drop one of these down and there's nothing here, or there's a bunch of time that's unaccounted for. You screenshot, you're like, Claude, what the hell's going on with I'm GUI begin here? Can we get some more granularity, you know? Show me what else is going on here so that you can figure it out. And then it's like, okay, and then it goes in and it adds more scopes and stuff around different things. And it gets more, like, it didn't have all this granularity for world streaming until I told it to do that, you know, or this for the gameplay editor. And now that it did it, I just sat down with Claude and just kept screenshotting it, and then Claude would do some fixes, and then I'd run it again and then give it some more stuff. And I even set it up where Claude has CLI commands where Claude can, on its own, start the engine, start the profiler, capture frames, close the engine down, and check the profile itself in its own little self-improvement loop, you know? So that's the main thing, is when you can figure out how to hand Claude the tools to do self-improvement through either a profile like this or a debug log. You know, like if you're doing Webdev, and you go to the console log, right? And it tried 3 times to fix a bug and it couldn't do it. You tell it, add a bunch of logging here to the console so we can figure this out for real, because you've failed me 3 times now, Claude. And it's like, okay. And then it adds all this logging, and then it's like, all right, try it again. And this time, tell me what the logs are. And then you just take a screenshot or copy paste the logs and just feed it to it. And then it'll fix anything if you can just do that, you know? So I think most vibe coders can actually make a game engine if they want to, if they just know, or literally anything, if they just know how to tell it to write things out to a log somewhere, either a persistent file, or in the case of Webdev, it needs to go to your console logs, you know, or to a frame profiler in the case of trying to increase the performance of a game engine. Okay, well, that was the rant. Long ass rant. I'm 100% in on AI. It is the future, and anyone who gets in now will profit and become huge size. They concentrate their efforts on solving problems humanity faces. It also needs to be something that people could do but don't want to because of the time, energy, and money it takes to do it. Claude was smart with their LM or LRM. They knew there was no way they could keep up with Gemini or OpenAI because they have the majority of the markets. They're focusing mostly on coding and agents, which is smart. They will be able to stay in the race with concentrate. Yeah, they definitely their business strategy was ahead of the game. And now, like, you saw where OpenAI was like, we have to stop working on all video models. Video models are a waste of our time now. We have to start working on enterprise tooling like Anthropic has, because supposedly they're saying this, the subsidization and stuff and the free money from VCs for all the AI companies is going to end soon. It's starting to come to an end, and they're putting the pressure on the AI companies of like, okay, you can't just like freely have fun researching team projects or whatever anymore. You got to start turning a profit. And so because of that, they're having to focus on making stuff that's actually useful and profitable, that enterprise businesses want to buy, because that's where all the money is. Pretty smart of Anthropic, for sure. Stop art generously because it's pissing off the public. Oh, you think so? I thought they said it was because they want to focus on business tools. Yeah, I mean, my favorite video model anyways is Chinese. Kling is way better than Sora or anything else that I tried. Kling is way better. All right. I was juggling 4 clods, and then it turned into rant hour again because it's late. I just go off. Okay, I'm gonna try to figure out where I left off with these guys real quick. I need to get a couple things done before I go to sleep. Oh, it worked. Okay, this worked. Oh, wait. We got to style create the Nuldrums right now. Okay, first image, we go for the color palette. Now Claude's waiting on me. I have to do a bunch of art stuff. All right, now I can read the chat again. That was an excuse. The public's made it known they don't want AI generation in games, movies, music, pretty much anything that takes jobs away from artists. Well, it's also because it's pretty garbage. Most AI video and image stuff is you can tell it's AI, and it doesn't feel as good. It's the same way that like Suno music sounds only 90% as good as real music. At least on my speakers. Boom, you're back again for the 3rd time. What's up? Are you still in jail? Did you get more animation done? I'm supposed to be going to sleep right now. It's past my bedtime. But a ton of people just showed up. There was a moment where I think you left a Mystical Cell, and then there was 0 people here for like an hour, and I was juggling 4 clods at once. We're trying to figure out a ton of... 3 of them are working on the website simultaneously. And then this thing happens where I want to go to sleep, and then like 12 people show up. This doesn't feel as good because art is food for the soul. Yeah, well, it's also... I'm just talking about like literally like the mangled fingers and stuff, man. You know? You're wait till you get your project done. It haunts my nights and days. Nice. I was staying up till 7 a.m. every night when I was binging AI like 2 weeks ago. And then I started to get really depressed. Like I was having fun when I was working, but when I wasn't working, my brain was stuck on negative thinking loops again. Like something bad had just happened in my life, but nothing changed. It's just like having the messed up sleep schedule just turns my ADHD brain into like depression brain. And I just keep repeating negative thoughts, and it sucks. So, and then also I couldn't go to the gym, and that compounds the effect because the gym was crowded as shit when it was like by the time I was awake. You wish AI could finish your projects? Yeah, for real. What I was saying is, no, when I meant the AI art is bad, I just meant like literally like the mangled fingers and the hands and the faces are all like mashed up for art stuff, at least. Sometimes it's good, but even like these videos, you know, like this, like why are the coins coming from behind the banner when I told it their coins are supposed to be coming from the mouth of the cat? And instead, it spits the coins out from the mouth of the cat at the end. And it's just because of the RNG like nature of it, you know what I mean? It's just how it works. It's just random, and you get some good stuff, but then 10% of what you get is some garbage. You know what I mean? And then when a person does something and they like do a drawing or an animation or something like painstakingly over and over, like, or for a long time, like you don't see it unless it's like perfect, you know what I mean? And everything makes sense and is structured correctly. But this one was great, but then it makes a plant grow out of nowhere on the left side. Like, what the hell? This one was awesome. It actually was spitting money. There's just money pouring out of that cat's mouth. But then there's a random plant that just grows out of nowhere. It's so annoying. What's the point of sleep? My life won't change if I do. I have to do drastic things. I made a collage of my dream house, put it as my wallpaper, and it keeps me motivated. 607 Villa Siena. There's a dude named NAs that does a walkthrough of it. There's house cost 177 at the time of the video, but it dropped to 99 million. I haven't seen that one particularly, but I have watched a lot of NA's videos. They're great. Can you just mask the plant? I could, Boom, if I was... I could do... I've done some masking in After Effects. But not a lot. But I didn't think it was worth it. We went with, this one. That's true, seasoned veteran, but there's a lot of proof that basically the more you're awake, your brain literally builds up toxins. And when you sleep, what it does is it purges your brain of toxic chemicals. And so there is a balance where if you... And everybody's brains are different. Like, people need different amounts of sleep. Like, some people literally function the exact same on 6 hours of sleep as some people that function on 8 hours of sleep. So if you track all your sleep, you can measure which one of those people you are. For me, I know I need 7.5 usually. So like this morning I woke up and I checked my thing and I only had 5.5 hours of sleep and I felt kind of shitty. And I was like, dude, if I start the stream and I feel this way, I'm going to fall asleep in the middle of the stream and I'm not going to be very good at what I'm doing. I need to go back to sleep. So I went back to sleep. So you're either running at like 50% effectiveness for a bunch of hours, or you're running at 100% or like 110% effectiveness for a smaller number of hours. That's why sleep tracking is important. You need 6.5 hours minimum. Interesting. Freeze frame 1, massacre of the plant. That's true. Used to smoke. I got used to it. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know, man. I used to bug my sleep up, but I try not to anymore. Other than recently, like I said, I was binging the AI stuff, but then I quickly like realized I woke up every day. I was like, man, it was crazy. I was having all these negative thoughts of like, I hate XYZ. I hate this person. I hate that. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't think like that when I have a fixed sleep schedule. But when I mess it up and I don't see the sun, you know, and like the sun's only up for 2 hours while I'm awake, and like I don't get enough sleep to get rid of the fog completely from the toxins, and I don't like get to exercise because the gym is too crowded and stuff, and I wake up. That goes on for 2 weeks, then I'm like Yeah, like I said, I'm literally thinking, I'm like, I hate life, I hate the world, everything's unfair, I hate X, Y, Z, I hate whatever. Oh, this is negative, that sucks. But then I'd still like get on my computer and start doing stuff, and I wouldn't think about any of that anymore. But in all the moments where I'm not on my computer, it was weird. It just like goes straight back into being like, kind of like, I don't know. Doesn't change how I behave though, but it's just annoying having the monkey brain chatter internally like turn into like a negative cesspool when it doesn't need to be. But that's just me. And that's because my brain chemistry. The ADHD mind gets stuck on emotion sometimes. Yes. And it feeds off of extreme emotions as a food source for filling the dopamine void too. And that's like a huge trap, you know? That takes a lot of self-awareness to try to like I said, like I have those I was having those thoughts after staying up till 7 a.m. for a couple weeks, but it wasn't changing what I'm doing day to day. It wasn't changing the way I behave. It wasn't stopping me from still getting on the computer and making stuff all day. It was just annoying, you know. But it didn't change. It didn't affect like the way I'm acting during the day or what I'm doing because of, you know, years of living with it and having that awareness of like, oh, it's a stupid ADHD thing. Yeah, that was a big eye-opening thing for me in the last few years too, was realizing that thing of like, it fixates on extreme emotions because that's like a drug that's the same as like caffeine or video games or whatever. We're just sitting there and thinking about some kind of emotional extreme is giving you a dopamine hit, right? Or reading like crazy news, you know, like some fear-mongering news or like you know, doom scrolling stuff. It's like those are all like dopamine sources. That's like addiction points for the ADHD brain. They're traps. You sleep all you want when you're dead. You gotta run? Alright, man, good luck. I remember I had that mentality for a long time until I learned all this stuff about how my brain personally just doesn't do well when I don't sleep. That was also my mantra for a long time. I don't have time to sleep when I'm dead. I loved that phrase. I gotta take some cool video for this. I'm meeting up with my former co-workers tomorrow. I want to show them the juice, what we got going on so far. My 400 frames per second game engine So we got to make the UI look a little bit better. Just Jeebus, what's up? Is this web GPU or web GPU? No. This is a game desktop application game engine. This whole editor was written in this is Vulkan, and Zig is the language. Native. Oh, that's the right word? Okay. Yeah, it's Zig, and then it's Vulkan for rendering, and we've got ECS for the scene graph architecture representation. We've got the terrain is streamed in chunks, so we got world streaming. It's multi-threaded for the world streaming stuff as much as possible. We did a bunch of stuff with the profiler so that it runs at 400 frames or more a second when I'm in the editor. When I'm in gameplay, it's over 300 frames a second right now on my 4090. Got a weather cycle. Got a weather system, a day-night cycle. Are they an entity or a shader? That's a good question. I know they're quads. They're like what is it called? Like the 6-point like star. Where there's 3 quads, on each one, and I don't think they're entities. I think this would be way too expensive. So that's Claude. I think it's a shader. Because it's tied to the terrain paint layers and stuff. That's Claude. Yeah, I'm a phony, man. Sounds like you actually are more familiar with game engine stuff. I vibe coded this whole thing in 2 weeks so far. But I've been using Unreal and Unity for 12 years. Read a good chunk of the game engine architecture book, so like I knew the terminology of like what to ask for. Like I knew I want to use Zig like from the beginning, because of the compile capabilities, like fast compile times and stuff, how I can do things incrementally. I knew that. I started with OpenGL, and I actually learned through the process of vibe coding this why we need Vulkan, because I was drilling down into the perf with here's my frame profiler. So here's the frame profiler. Boom. So I was drilling down into like the frame times, and I actually hit, like, I kept, hammering on Claude, like, what can we do about this? What can we do about that? What about this? Why is this taking so long? And when it got to, like, the grass, it was like, I was like, what? I was like, is there any way? Thanks for the follow, man. I was like, is there any way we can do some more like multi-threading for handling the grass? Like, how much multi-threading stuff are you doing for the grass? Because like that's just like a art thing, you know? It's just an aesthetic thing. I don't care if like the grass doesn't need to be time sensitive on a single thread. It can run in async all day long. And it told me like, oh, well, this part is able to be multi-threaded. The draw call can't be though, unless we were using Vulkan. If you use Vulkan, then you can do some async stuff with you can split out the work for the draw call for all the foliage. And I was like, what? Let's do Vulkan then. And then when I kept asking about like what trade-offs are and stuff, then I learned like, oh, you pretty much have to do Vulkan today because OpenGL isn't supported on like literally any other platform anymore. And I want this game to run on Oculus. I want it to run on VR in general. I want it to run on mobile. So yeah, so it was kind of crazy to learn like, oh well, literally if you want to put something on anything that isn't just Windows or Linux desktop, you have to do Vulkan. So then I asked Claude to convert it to Vulkan, and it took 6 hours to do it at first, but then it took 3 days total with like, you know, bugs, just trying to sort out all the bugs and get back to feature parity that I had with the OpenGL version. And then when it was done, the frame rate was awful. It went from like 400 frames to like 60, going from OpenGL to Vulkan. So then that was part of the 3 days, was trying to restore both functionality after the Vulkan rewrite, and then getting the frame rate back up. So let's see what it said. Yes, the foliage is GPU instance, not ECS entities. So there's your answer. Mesh. One shared cross-quad mesh uploaded once. Per instance... oh wait, my cam... Here. Per instance data, position plus rotation scale color variation generated per terrain chunk by source world grassgen.zig and uploaded to a per chunk instance VBO. Shaders grass.vert, shaders grass.frag, wind animation driven by time push constant. Draw, single instance draw call per chunk slot. So no ECS entity, no per blade CPU work, just instance buffers feeding the grass pipeline. Trees are similar, separate instance renderer. And I wonder how that's going to work. I just realized none of my trees have collision. So I don't think we have to convert the trees to be entities to get collision. I think it can probably... Because they're not going to move. Like, right? So it can just map it one time of all the colliders in the world for the trees to where they're at. So I have to figure that out still. That might be a fun thing to do right now, actually, now that we fixed the UI editor. But here, let's, for fun, since it sounds like you're more of a knowledgeable real engine dev than I am, let's go look at the code for grassgen.zig. Sounds pretty dope. Dude, I love the little zig icon. Alright, here's our GrassGen. It's 500 lines. Pure vibe codes. Fast deterministic float hash, no PRNG state, purely position based. Interesting. Dude, the syntax looks so crazy in Zig. proper avalanche mixer used for per cell jitter because hash float of position linear combinations doesn't decorrelate adjacent cells. They end up with similar jitter directions and the grid structure leaks through. XOR shift multiply mixer, any bit changed in the input flips half the output bits. This sounds insane. And this is from when I prompted it. I showed it. I was like, hey, the grass looks like it's just like in like little farmer rows. There's all these like gaps in between the grass. It needs to be noisier. And this is what it came up with to like solve that issue. That's crazy. Yeah, this looks like some... This looks like an AI made this. I couldn't make this shit. This is crazy. Generate grass instances for a terrain chunk. And it will be so fun just to like read the code for this engine one day. But see, I don't know why people say all the AI code is unreadable. The AI literally like comments a lot of its code on purpose for other AI to read the code because it's a large language model trained on actual language. Like, so I don't know why people say that what it makes is unreadable. It did all this. I didn't ask it to comment any of this. It does this on its own for future agents to be able to do stuff. You know? Like, I don't get why people say that. It doesn't make any sense to me. It leaves comments just like a person would. That's pretty sick, man. That's crazy stuff. And that's all... It's crazy. That's crazy, me just telling it, like, hey, the grass isn't noisy enough. It's in, like, very strict rows. To solve that problem, it has to do some, like, galaxy brain bit shifting shenanigans to make the pattern better. It's insane. But yeah, okay, so we fixed the UI so that I could position it here. And make it look a little closer to my original UI in the game that this is a sequel to. You know, this is supposed to be the mini-map. This is the quest log. This is like your action bar. These are your experience bars. This is supposed to be your health bar, but it's all a little messed up. But now it saves, because before all those were off the screen. So now if I reopen the engine... Boom. All right. We got the UI and it doesn't look so crappy. Actually, that's not true. Oh, it's because I forgot to click save just now. All right, it's getting too late. All right, well, we'll leave that project alone. Let's see if we can get the Nuldrums set up. I don't think I can do this stuff tonight. We're going to put it on pause. This... Claude was making, when people buy merchandise off my website, it is making it send branded emails from the website instead of like generic ones from the print shop and stuff. So that's what this guy's going to do, but it's waiting on me. There's a bunch of webhooks I have to go set up and a bunch more API keys and some stuff I have to go do and a bunch of dashboards for other services. This guy is going to set up the programming for this Clubhouse that I'm going to do with an integrated Discord channel up here and little avatars, like stream avatars, when you're hanging out in the Clubhouse. But again, I have to go set up a Supabase account. I have to go set up a project. And I have to get some webhooks set up and some API keys and put them all in the website backend and all this crap. So, so I'm not going to do that tonight because that's too much work. But these are probably projects for tomorrow or Sunday. And then this guy over here is set up our new POI that we can click on now. Let me make sure that, it's clickable. It needs to hide behind the, needs to hide behind the nav bar. This guy just set up my new POI. Here is the Nuldrums. So the clouds up here, if you click on them, it takes you to the Nuldrums. Oh, it did a gradient for the first time in the title.